Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the foregoing recommendations in Conference Committee report on Senate File 2934 be now adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee. And, Mr. President, I request a roll call.
And you did all that wonderful speaking, and I made a mistake because I should have gone to Senator Bolden first. But we're going to have you do it again anyway because you did it so nice. Why not do it twice? Senator Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Remaining on the motions of resolutions, I'm now going to call on Senator Hoffman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the foregoing recommendations in Conference Committee report on Senate File 2934 be now adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee. And, Mr. President, I do request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hoffman moved that the foregoing recommendations in Conference Committee report on Senate File 2934 be now adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee. Senator Hoffman, to that motion, please explain.
I just explained for a roll call on the Conference Committee report, Mr. President. Thank you.
So now speak through the bill itself, like what's different. That is what I mean.
Oh, the bill came back, Mr. President. It's a good vote. I ask for a yes.
And Senator Abler, to Senate File 2934.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I was once instructed that brevity is sometimes an art form, and I think Senator Hoffman has demonstrated his commitment to art today. Mr. President, I would move that we do not concur and re-refer this bill to conference.
On that motion, Senator Abler.
And Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Senator Abler moved that the recommendations in Conference Committee report on Senate File 2934 be rejected and that the bill be re-referred to the Conference Committee as formally constituted for further consideration. Senator Abler has requested a roll call requested, and a roll call granted. Senator Abler, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remind my good seatmate here that I have the floor right now, and he can have it later.
Senator Abler, if you can talk.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mr. President. Anyway, so, Mr. President, I don't know if there's a more important piece of legislation that we're going to pass this year that's going to touch so many people in so many ways that are so vulnerable and so at risk. This topic includes a couple 100,000 people, 300,000 workers, dozens and hundreds of sites relative to group homes, home care in your own place, care for children with complex health needs, people getting rides to their doctors, and many, many other things. And I could spend 10 minutes just going through the list, but I will not. And this bill was discussed pretty thoroughly as it left, and it is a bit different than when it left. And I'll call attention to two of those items in a minute. But in many ways, it actually improved. If you're a PCA, if you're a person needing services in your home under elderly waiver, those are actually enhanced. Mr. President, I don't recall how many years ago it was. We were on a trip out west. I think we were might have been Colorado. We were out there with family, and we had our kids were younger. We drove our RV, and we were having a great time. We had my brother and sister-in-law, and that was a great time, even counting that. And so some of their kids were there. We had a crowd, and we went to a state park out there, and we're sightseeing around. There was a little lake. I remember we were throwing stones into the river, and it was just a very pleasant time. We drove through these winding forest roads, and we stopped at a lookout tower. And so we went up to the tower and looked around. It was an impressive sight. You got the mountains and the pine trees. And we all came down, enjoyed the tour, and my one son Sorry. So my one son, Josiah, wanted to go back up and sign his name. Didn't think I'd be going here. But anyway, so he went up to sign his name, and I said, yeah, go up. That's a good idea. And because he had forgotten to sign his name, and he wanted to do that, I said, that's great. You go sign your name. And Mr. President, in one of the eras of my life, we drove off. And he was up on top of that tower. And then he came down and he found nobody standing there in the RV with the crowds and the brother-in-law and the kids, and I don't think he brought the dog. And he came down the stairway. I can only imagine because I wasn't there. And where'd they go? The people I was counting on to help me out. And so we're driving down the road and, maybe going to go back to the lake, and like, where's Josiah? And then I remembered that I had forgotten him, because I told him it was good to go up there. It would have been me that should have remembered that I should remind people that he was there, and I did not. We went back and got him, and I don't know if you ever forgot that, Mr. President. I know I didn't. And, this bill left here with high aspirations. And there was a lot of good things. The people in that RV, we had snacks, and we had the family. We were having a great time, and most of us were very well cared for. We were safe in the RV. We had recreation on our minds, but we left somebody behind. And what if we never would have gone back to get him? Like, go home and like, anybody seen Josiah? Like, no, have you seen him? No, I thought he was in the back seat. Big crowd of people. And Mr. President, there's something left behind in this bill. Actually, there's two things. One is a small item, non-emergency transportation, and they are on the brink of collapse. And if you need dialysis, if you're a person of limited means, if you're on medical assistance and you're with a disability and you need to go to get dialysis, or a story about a blood transfusion up in between Gilbert and Virginia. Somebody couldn't get a ride, so they had to bum a ride with a friend. The governor's number in here was adopted by the conference committee. With his leadership, they said, Governor, you must know. But actually, that ride, Mr. President, those rides are not going to work. Between the paid family leave and the safe and sick time, the 10% raise is going to shrink to 7%. Would you give them some gas money? And good for us. But Mr. President, the bigger need that we have been struggling with this entire session, as a caucus, as a body, Mr. President, by 63 votes, we sent off Senator Hoffman into battle and said, would you look after our nursing homes? Could you please? And he said, yes, I am going to go off into battle. And I sit by Senator Duckworth, and he is a trained warrior. I am not. And if you're going to send the two of us into battle, I would want you to send him for all kinds of reasons. But mainly, he's good at it. And so, Mr. President, of the people in this body, particularly of the majority caucus, there's nobody I would rather have sent off into battle than Senator Hoffman to gather, to go look after the charge of the Senate. I believe at least 10 more people voted for the bill leaving than we're going to when they came up, because we were so inspired by the prospect that warrior Senator John Hoffman was going to go off and do battle. But Mr. President, one thing we didn't realize was that the governor, really, this is not a deal to him. It just didn't matter. We've been fighting for this money for years and saying, last year, could you care about nursing homes? Could you care? And then we drove with this thing all the way to the last day of session last year, Mr. President, with our $1 billion, and a lot of that was for nursing homes, maybe about at least a third maybe, for nursing homes, to make sure that they would be able to serve the people. And Mr. President, it's not like, and my son Josiah at the time was probably 6 or 7. And, if he would have been left alone there for some time, I think he might have come to harm. because he wasn't able to care for himself. And Mr. President, in the same way the nursing homes that are left behind by the governor, despite the best efforts of my very good friend, Senator Hoffman, who threw himself in front of everything he could do to get money for our nursing homes, his best efforts, and they were considerable and repeated and repeated and repeated. And so, but Mr. President, like my son Josiah as a 6 or 7-year-old, I don't know if you're aware, Mr. President, but nursing homes are a required service by the federal government. They're a mandated service, and Senator Hoffman, if he wants, could go into detail about what law said that. But I just know it's a mandate, and we're universally, on a bipartisan basis, over the years, we've said we got to protect nursing homes, because where is Grandma going to go when she's too old or too infirmed to be in her own home with her family, which cannot care for her any longer, or she fractures her hip, or she has some kind of a aneurysm or whatever that happens to people tragically, and then they go for that care. And they are cared for admirably, Mr. President, in ordinary times. But Mr. President, in these times, 10% of those places across Minnesota are thinking of closing. Not just their, like closing. And they're already on the ropes. Half are burning into their reserves. Mr. President, reserves means that's money left over for a rainy day, and when it's a hurricane of pressure on those places, having gone through COVID and huge wage increases, then they're as vulnerable as my 6 or 7-year-old son. And so, Mr. President, I just do want to give the governor a little credit. He had an idea. Let's give him a loan. Yeah, if we gave him a loan, that'd be nice. So then they can have some money that we're going to make them pay back at interest, and that will be fine because there's just no more money left. That's all we have is this $100 million we're going to give to you in one-time money. And Mr. President, it occurred to me if somebody would come up to my son Josiah at the base of that tower and say, never mind, here's some crackers and a pillow. I think that you're just going to be fine here. And never mind that you don't know where your next meal is coming from or that someone might kidnap you. And so meanwhile, while we're safe and sound in the RV with the family and the brother-in-law and all that. And so we made a choice, Mr. President, to go back and pick up our son in the RV, full of supplies, and we put him in there, and we apologized. And Mr. President, maybe you can tell that apology didn't work for me well enough. And I haven't thought about that since then until now when I thought about being left behind. And for some reason this morning, it came to me to tell you this story, to know I understand about the perils of leaving somebody behind and what might happen. And Mr. President, I know that a lot of people think nursing homes are like big corporations and they're rolling in the dough and they've got big national chains helping them out, and they're really just a rich employer. And Mr. President, this has not been a good session for rich employers. I don't know if you've noticed that. But I do want to make a distinguishing difference, is the bulk of them, Mr. President, are nonprofit. And the only reason there's so many for-profits coming around is the nonprofits are going out of business, and they're being swooped up by for-profits, many of whom are good operators, some of whom I would not want to watch people because they're profit-motivated. The nonprofits and the general, even the for-profit Minnesota-based ones, are remarkable operations, Mr. President. The for-profit ones lose less money than the nonprofit ones. That's the way it goes. Nobody's sitting in Florida getting tan on the beach, drinking a Coors Light or something. Or it could be a Corona, I guess it wouldn't be, Mr. President, with the little feet. And nobody's doing that. They're actually, Mr. President, you know what the managers are doing of nursing homes and the supervisors? Mr. President, they're doing patient care. And do you know why that is? Because they can't find workers. The long-term care niche in general is over 50,000. They're short thousands and thousands of workers in just this little niche that serves the people. There's about 350 places scattered all around Minnesota. Everybody's got one, and you know why everybody has one, Mr. President? Because they need one, because these are essential. And actually, the governor, who seems to have left these people behind, noticed 2 years ago or 3 years ago that the crisis of people getting out of the hospital into nursing homes was so grave that he called out some of Senator Duckworth's colleagues to be working in nursing homes. Now, I believe they left their weapons at home and their body armor. They were wearing fatigues, apparently, and they were certainly fatigued by the end of that operation, but they did a really good job. And the governor noticed this, and so that would be kind of like sending some guy by to my son and bringing him supper. So then now he has supper sitting by the tower, and at least he knows where one meal is coming from. But Mr. President, he never went back with the rest of the RV and the family and the brothers and brother-in-law. And this bill has that problem as well. There's a letter on your desk that commends many of the elements of the bill, and I commend so many elements of the bill. But this one, I just feel really, I don't know how Senator Hoffman could have worked any harder and made any stronger arguments or spent more time in a room full of 20 people just across the hall who did not believe, as he did, that we were serious and it's a big deal. Now, Mr. President, if he was, I don't know, perhaps if Senator Hoffman, Mr. President, really is no Mayo Clinic. For some reason, the Mayo Clinic had a thought to offer, and he said, got it. I got it. But Mr. President, not the people living in Windham or in Ogilvy or in anywhere else in Minnesota, not the little people, not the people working there, not the people making $15 an hour to empty bedpans, and there's not enough to go around, not the families who are waiting to hope they can find a place to put their mom so that they can actually go back to work and be able to take care of the responsibilities that they knew were coming one day, but they knew there'd be a nursing home available. And I'm just really sad about that, Mr. President. I'm so sad that I've got probably the most personal story I have. To tell the governor, there is still time. You don't have to wait to turn the RV around and go rescue these nursing homes, because some are going to close, Mr. President, and when they close, where are people going to go? And he's saying, like, well, we left them a dinner. There's a bunch of millions of dollars coming down the road that they've already spent out of their reserves and finding ways to go to the bank and get more loans. Mr. President, some of those places, in fact, can't even take another loan. But not to worry, there's some $2 million in crisis funding. So, I don't know. I've wrestled with this bill since the beginning, afraid we would be here today. I wish, Mr. President, that I hadn't left my son behind. And Mr. President, I pray to God that the governor is listening to me today as we have made entreaty after entreaty to the administration that he is the head of, and it's his job to make sure that these nursing homes are not left behind. Let me just give you the formula, Mr. President. $10 million in the first biennium, 10 in the second, would keep the non-emergency transportation alive and well. And $90 million in this biennium and 110 in the next biennium would keep them going along with this loan program and see if it even works. $220 million. Now, Mr. President, that sounds like a lot of money, unless you talk about $17 billion that we started with, and now we're approaching $10 billion in new fees and revenues, et cetera. So, I don't know, just a plea to the people here. I know how these votes usually go, but my request of you, Mr. President, personally, and to the others, is that there is ample time to send this bill and get this little fix as we encourage the system to get its priorities straight. And I could go longer, but I'm not. I think I don't know what else to say. So, Mr. President, I would urge a green vote on the motion to not concur.
Members, we're on the motion to reject the conference committee report. I am now going to Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was very fast. I didn't think that I would be that quick on the list. Going through this bill, and I will be honest with you, this is another bill that I haven't had time to get all the way through. I'm trying to go through it on my computer and pick out things that that concern me. But this bill is about priorities. That's what this is about. I do not buy this notion that we worked as hard as we could, or somebody worked as hard as they could and came out. We are in a position right here where if this bill passes without the funding for nursing homes, people are going to die. We don't know how fast they're going to die. We don't know at what rate these nursing homes are closing, but I can tell you right now, in my own district, or close to my district in the northern part of Minnesota, within just the last few months, 3 are closing. Quite a few years ago, both my parents are gone now, but quite a few years ago, there were 7 of us kids, and we had made a decision that our parents were never going to go to a nursing home because we had the ability to take care of them, and we were going to do that. But as years go by, you find out that the care that's needed for them, you can't supply. You don't have the knowledge. And what happened with my folks is it started off with medications. And their medications, my dad had a valve put in his heart. My mother had 4 cancer surgeries, plus an accident where she was disabled. She had osteoporosis, and her bones would just break and she would fall. And so we did manage to get him into an assisted living, and my father was there until he passed away, and then my mother started falling. And so the option was we either let her die or put her in a nursing home. That was our options. And when COVID hit, and she had to sit in that nursing home, and the governor shut the state down for months on end, and hardly ever get to see her family. I watched the life flow out of her eyes. A woman who had raised 7 children and worked hard all her life. And now she was being denied the ability even to see her family. And we wanted to take her out of the nursing home then. But we were right back to where we started from, because the nursing home was not a great option, but it was our only option. Well, now, with this bill not addressing this, we're taking away even that option. This is simply wrong. Every single Democrat in here has the ability by themselves, right now, today, to say this is not adequate, we will not accept this. Because if you vote for this bill today in this current form, and you vote not to send it back to conference committee and fix this one portion that in the scope of things, when we're funding so many ridiculous things in this session, I got a list that people aren't believing me when I tell them what we're funding, and we can't find $200-300 million to keep our nursing homes running. It's just simply not acceptable. I sat here on this floor and I listened to how if we didn't pass paid family leave, people would die. Compassionate speeches. But I'm telling you that if we don't get some money into our nursing homes, people are going to die. People that raised us, that sacrificed for us, are now going to be left out in the cold. Because we just can't work any harder. We couldn't get it across the finish line. We did the best we could. No, you did not. And you can prove that now by putting a yes vote on the board and saying we're sending this back to conference committee. We're going to get the money. We're going to do this right. And we're going to protect these people. That's the right thing to do. That's what you call working hard. That's what you call using the leverage that you have. So I don't need to listen to how hard people worked on this. This is ridiculous. Vote yes and send this back.
Members, we'll now go to Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the Abler motion also to re-refer this, and primarily for this similar type of concerns, especially for our nursing home. You know, in my district, about a year ago, I already lost one nursing home, and they had to scramble to see where to put the residents. You know, I think Senator Green articulated that this could actually see people dying from this. At a time where we have the baby boomers retiring, the pressure on the nursing homes is growing, we have inflation, the costs are going up, and yet we don't seem to have much concerns for some of our most vulnerable. In addition to that, we've had bill after bill after bill go through here with millions of dollars going to special interest groups, members. Millions, probably more than $1 billion going to special interest, and yet we can't find the money, the governor can't make a recommendation, and the conference committee, filled with Democrats, cannot come to a compromise to fund our nursing homes. That just seems, I don't know, irrational to me in many cases. So if Senator Hoffman would yield for a question.
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. You know, Senator Hoffman, I know there's a loan in here for $100 million for nursing homes. Sounds like it's not going to be available for 6 months or more, but according to my staff analysis here, they call it unworkable. I guess two things. One, if you'd comment about the loan that's available, which in my opinion is not going to be there in time to help some of the nursing homes that are highly stressed financially, and what was the rationale for other conference committee Democrats that didn't want to provide additional funding to our nursing homes? Those would be my two questions if Senator Hoffman would yield and respond to that.
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the good senator from Glencoe. The question of rationale, I don't ask anybody else's intent, but I will tell you this, Mr. President. When you're looking at a tails problem and you say, what can you do with that $100 million? We know that this VBR, it's a value-based reimbursement system, it takes upwards of 18 months in order for you to get reimbursed from what your actual costs were. And so there was this gap. Two things occurred in our world: hyperinflation and the Great Resignation. And when you look at the hyperinflation and you talk to anybody in the industry, and I talk to lots of folks out in Cokato, Benedictine Services, Ebenezer, Presbyterian Homes, and they talked about this length of time for them to get reimbursed is a systems problem. And so when you have a tails problem and you say, all right, how can we help folks that were in critical need? Two things we did to the good senator from Glencoe, who, by the way, we've done bills together in the past, believe it or not, Mr. President. The two things that we did, we put $5 million in the critical nursing, the critical access fund, Rich, which is specifically to those rural healthcare providers in the nursing homes. Remember, nursing homes are a facility. It's not the services. It's kind of like Lowe's or Home Depot. Now I'm going to get in trouble because I said that. That's a building, right? But the services that are provided, and in this case, a lot of nursing homes provide memory care, assisted living, even home health care in that piece of it, right? But in this instance, I'm going to come back because I'll be more than happy to talk hours upon hours about those other services. In this case, what we found was there's a gap, so we're going to go 18 months before you have to start paying this money back that you need, and it's at 0% interest. And here, to the good senator, is what it would do that right now nursing homes, a facility are unable to get real good funding because of the fact no bank, or in this case, traditional loans and the moratorium exemption process are really difficult for these guys, and they need help right now. I'm looking over at him, and I'm not supposed to. So, but they need help right now. So here's some prime examples of what that $100 million could do that they can't get traditional funding for. If you want to do an HVAC air circulation improvement that reduces infections, right, which is the air quality, you can now do that. If you wanted to upgrade your IT to allow the facility to stop using paper, you can start doing that. If you need elevators, roof, major kitchen equipment, major laundry equipment, and the other thing that comes in is the capital expenses to extend the life of a nursing home into the future, all with one thing. Get that 18 months going, and then your VBR is going to get caught up. Does it fix the system? Nope. The system needs to be overhauled, right? And then to that point, when you look at the system, it's not just about a facility, but it's about the services that come into play. And Mr. President, if I may, the total funding dedicated to senior waiver services and programming in this bill is $556.1 million. And I would be more than happy to go down on those, how they interact in that. But those 2 points I want to make sure the good senator from Glencoe has in front of him. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman, for that response. And yes, we did chief author a couple of bills that got through together. Appreciate your help on that when I was in the House. The other question I'd have, though, that I'd really like you to expound on is in conference committee, you left here with more funding for nursing homes. You advocated, according to the reports I've had, for more funding for nursing homes. What was the response of your Democratic colleagues in conference committee or the governor as to the rationale to not provide more funding for nursing homes? You know, when we look at the rest of the budget, you know, this is the filter I use. I use need, want, and desire. Is this a need, a want, or desire? I'm going to vote for needs. Funding our nursing homes with our most vulnerable individuals in there who desperately need care towards the end of their life to bring them comfort and the medication they need and also the services they need is a need. I'm going to vote for needs. But I just can't understand the rationale of Democrats, besides yourself, which I know you work to get additional funding. So why does the governor and your fellow Democrats in conference committee refuse to provide adequate funding when we have almost a $19 billion surplus. We have between $9 and $10 billion of tax increases and fees, and yet we can't find the money to fund our nursing homes? I mean, it's a travesty in my opinion. And again, I appreciate your efforts, but the thing is, what was the pushback that they gave you on your request for additional funding? If Senator Hoffman would yield.
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
If he'd responded to the question I had about the other conferees, Democrat and governor pushback as to why they didn't provide him more funding for nursing homes.
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to go back to my one statement that in order to help the systems change, you know, there is that $556.1 million that go through all the services. And in this case, we left the floor with about $125 million to go toward that bucket just on the nursing homes, right? And some of that would have dealt with some rates, but mostly it was to those nursing homes. And when you looked at that gap piece, it was $100 million plus, then we had two more things. There was $90 million, Mr. President, that was put into a incentive plan, right? And the issue that exists within, when you're talking about cash, remember I talked about this VBR system? Well, VBR, this value-based reimbursement side, anytime you start putting money, and believe me, the conversations were many. If it was grants, you're still looking at tails. Matter of fact, you're looking at deep tails. And so when you're looking at this, it was like, how do you get them the desirable need they have right now? And let me get to one point that I forgot to mention. The Critical Access Nursing Fund, that money is it's actually available in 90 days. And so when you look at that piece of it, that $5 million is there. When you look at the overall piece of it, and when you look at the fact that we put $100 million just to address that gap, plus $90 million to address the workforce shortage, that piece of it, but there's two other pieces in workforce shortage. We invested in how do you get folks that aren't necessarily in the industry, and then there's two lines in there about new beginnings, new people, new folks, new people, new places, new incentives for folks to go into the industry. There's money put in that one as well. So when you look at it from a global perspective, Mr. President, this addresses a systems approach to this. This is not focused on just one little element within that structured system, but it's changed, because if you want time for the market to adapt to the actual supply and demand of our citizens, we know it costs less to have people at home or in assisted living or transitional care. And as you know, Mr. President, there are over 2,000 beds right now in our hospitals that are full of people that should be someplace else. And to the point that was made earlier, the good senator from Anoka talked about nursing homes being a mandated service. Yes, there are actually 15 Medicaid mandated services, and 2 of them in Minnesota that you look at. Number 1 is nursing homes, the other one is hospitalization. So here what we have is the funding for the rural facilities who are spread thin in the form of the critical access nursing facility piece, right? And again, let me highlight that 0% doesn't have to start being paid back until 18 months. Hence, it gets that value-based reimbursement to kick in. And when you listen to the folks that are actually, and I actually visited with many folks about that, is it actually lowers that piece for them to be able to kind of catch up. No one's ever done this. Nobody ever thought outside the box on them. This is thinking outside the box for us to really look at it. There is going to be also in this bill, Mr. President, to the good senator's point, there's a rate study to examine how our system is and how we reimburse nursing facilities, and as well as that those services that people need, specifically in the elderly waiver side of it, is that when a nursing home, the building, has an assisted living facility within that nursing home building, or they're providing those services, the reimbursement rates on those in elderly waiver are about $13.91 an hour. We're actually increasing those in homemaker services up higher so that they can actually start to then be attracted to the less restrictive environment that needs to be there. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. But I would repeat one more question, which I didn't seem to get an answer from you. In the conference committee, when you requested for more money for our nursing homes, what was the pushback or rationale by Democrats on the conference committee, and even the governor, in terms of turning you down and refusing to provide more funding? I'd like to actually hear what their rationale was for not providing the additional funding when they're funding, like I said, special interest groups to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars or even billions, and they're funding all types of wants and needs in their bills that have come through here, and yet here we have an actual need of our most vulnerable that need 24/7 coverage. What was the Democrat conferees or the governors or both rationale to you to turn down your requests for additional funding? I'd like to hear it. And I think a lot of people here would, and any members watching the public that are associated with the long-term care industry would like to hear the rationale from the governor and Democrat conferees why they turned down your request, which I know you worked diligently for. If the senator would yield.
Were you asking him to yield? Because I just heard you talking, but I didn't hear one moment that you asked him to yield.
Yes, if Senator Hoffman would yield and respond to that
Senator
question.
Hoffman, will you yield?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. President. And
Senator Hoffman.
And so when you look at, again, I highlighted about the systems approach to that. If we were to move any money into the tails for one specific portion of the system, then we would have had to take the leverage from the other parts of it that were so important, like elderly waivered services, et cetera. And I just used that as one primary example. And if you see that, the money to the nursing homes is allocated through the forecast, and the rates and other rates that we looked at were far lower. If you keep those lower rates, you're still going to have an impactful negative systems approach, and then the nursing homes who aren't going to be able to have them in there, because Remember, a nursing home is a facility, right, Mr. President? And within there are these different services and programs. The issue that comes back to, at the very beginning of this time, when we talked about targets, and Mr. President, you remember I was lurking in the shadows of the hallway, bugging you about the target discussion. We originally asked for $5.4 billion because if you truly wanted to fix the system, there it is. Then a report went out, if you really, really want to fix the system to get people to $20 an hour, Mr. President, then you look at $4 billion, right? We got 1.3 and 1.5. We got 2.8. And folks said we were number 2 as far as money allocation, the priority. So really, when you looked at all the needs across the state, folks say the priority, we are actually number 2 on the priority. I would love to be number 1 because I hate to lose a good senator from Glencoe. But in this case, $2.8 billion is the most in the history of this industry. So I'm grateful for folks for elevating it, and I'm grateful for the fact that we're having this discussion because clearly, Mr. President, the need still exists there. And absolutely, would it be grateful to have more money in the bucket? I would absolutely love that. And so to the good senator's point from Glencoe, that's my point, Mr. President.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Well, it sounds like we're not going to get actual response to my specific question in terms of the Democrats on the conference committee and the governor's specifically response as to why you couldn't obtain additional funding. And I know you talked about within the bill itself that's before us, but you know as well as I do, I think there's over $2 billion still on the bottom line, which my understanding is the Democrats haven't spent yet, although maybe they have plans. And besides that, when we look at all the other bills that have gone through here, to tell me that we don't have money that we can't put towards the need of our nursing homes, I'm sorry. And I know, I have a lot of respect for Senator Hoffman, and I appreciate his efforts as far as the nursing home. But obviously, the lack of funding and putting our nursing homes in a stressful situation, it's on the governor and the Democratic Party in this state. And they're not addressing the needs for our most vulnerable. Now, one of the reasons I'm so passionate about this, my mother-in-law was just sent back to assisted living. She was in the nursing home for probably a month, and she had touch and go as far as her health, and we actually thought we were going to lose her. And thanks to the good people at the nursing home and the doctors, she survived and came through it. She had sepsis, and they brought her through it. She's 97 years old. The other thing is my mom, God rest her soul, who passed away last April, she was in a nursing home for over a year and a half. And again, she was at a point where we could not take care of her, and she needed, there's dependencies. You got to, in order to get to the nursing home, you can't be able to dress, you can't be able to eat, you can't be able to feed yourself, you can't be able to toilet. And there's 6 total. And the higher up you go on those dependencies, the higher your per diem cost is for being in the nursing home. Well, my mom was at the top of the chain. She needed all 6 of those dependencies. And I want to thank the people at Glenfields and Glencoe for their excellent 24/7 service to her. She could not even get up out of the wheelchair to go to the restroom without help of the staff. And my 2 sisters and myself, we visited her regularly. And now, at a point where we have a $19 billion surplus, raising taxes and fees another $9 to $10 billion, and we can't come up with the money to fund our nursing homes. Members, I don't know what to say about that when Democrats can't address that need. I'd be ashamed of myself if I was in a party that didn't do that. And I do have one additional question for Senator Hoffman, if he would yield.
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Grudenhagen.
Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Yeah, I just talked to a manager of a nursing home that my mother-in-law was in. They transferred her to a different one in a few weeks for some reason, for her treatment she needed. Anyway, while I was there, the manager said, in fact, Senator Limmer's sister is in the same facility. And as I was talking to the manager with my wife and a few of the in-laws, I started talking to her about the finances of the nursing home facility. And she said, we're just barely hanging on. And she said, I don't know what I'm going to do if there isn't some additional funding coming in this biennium. And I told her that I would certainly support additional funding for the nursing homes. Well, Senator Hoffman, one of the other things that came up while I was there talking to the manager was that her employees were quitting. They were going down to an employment agency for nursing homes, or dealt with nursing homes at least, and she was having to hire them back at a much higher rate than what they were working. So it was like a revolving door. The same people that were working for her quit and went to this employment agency, and then she had to hire them back at a much higher rate, and this was just adding to the stress of the nursing home financially as far as what they could do. So in your discussions as far as nursing home funding, did something like, and I don't know how widespread this is, but she sounded like everybody seemed to know about it in her facility and they were making use of it. And it was adding additional financial stress to the nursing home. And I advocate, listen, these people are doing God's work with their patients in the nursing home. I'll advocate and support additional funding and higher wages for them. And that would be a number one priority in this session for myself. So in your discussions as far as funding on nursing homes, did the idea come up or the issue get discussed where the employees are quitting, they're going to a employment agency and they're having to be hired back, and of course, you know, the employment agency takes a slice of the hourly wage. Did that come up at all as far as the stress and the additional funding that the nursing homes need to cover those expenses? If the good senator would yield for the question.
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, I love it when the good senator from Glencoe gets to the heart of this whole discussion when we're talking about a facility. And that is, you get into the wage war that's out there. We had this discussion last year when the good senator from Anoka, sitting right next to me, brought forth, I believe it was Senate File 6, or was it Senate File 7? I get those two numbers mixed up because, you know, when you're foggy on times. The conversation was specifically about that, and you would see elderly waiver rate reimbursement at $13.91, the other waiver reimbursements at $14.40. You got folks that are working in our children's psychiatric support units that are members of the state employees, and their starting pay is $14.71 an hour. That has been prevailing out there for years, a good senator from Glencoe, and it absolutely has been topic. That's why we did a couple of things. Let me back up. Add to that the issue that we just talked about 15 minutes ago, the value-based reimbursement, and the fact we had this hyperinflation that occurred. Nobody predicted that within this system. And the actual then of the Great Resignation, where lots of people were leaving the industry to go someplace else, because I still have that picture. You can start at, there was a McDonald's in Burnsville that was starting at $21 an hour. There was a starting part-time pay in the city of Coon Rapids, which used to be Senate District 36, which is now Senate District 35. The Coon Rapids target, $16 an hour just starting part-time, right? And you sit there and you go, how do you compete against that? Hence, it goes back. If I elevate my wages, then I get reimbursed from the state on the value-based reimbursement. The problem still exists. I got to wait 18 to 24 months to get my money back. So here's this time, hence, I'm going to dip into my reserves, or I'm going to go find money, get a line of credit from someplace that's going to charge me a higher % of interest. Hence, that's why we said, let's make that gap a little bit less intensive for folks, give them 0% interest, and tell them they don't have to pay it back until 18 months. It's a small way of getting to the heart of the matter. That discussion, good Senator, has always been in the plate. This industry is so underfunded on the rates. And then because of that, Mr. President, we then addressed the biggest piece on that was elderly waiver rates, right? The lowest one on the bucket was that $13.91 an hour. And those folks, actually, if you talk to nursing homes, facilities, they have elderly waiver programs within assisted living, within those homemaker services within there, right? There's a whole bunch of service lines in there. By elevating that, that would elevate that problem that exists. And it would allow them, hence we give them this bridge to be able to buy back their safety net. And that safety net money can be used. I listed those things that it can be used on that they can't get moratorium or any other funding on. So I think from a systems perspective, it addresses where we need to go. And we just, now that we've got the spotlight on this, I want to keep that spotlight on. And I appreciate the good senator for raising his points. I'm absolutely in agreement on you. It's underfunded, right? Absolutely. This is the right direction. This is the right step. Let me remind you, Mr. President, the first time ever in the history of the state of Minnesota that this kind of money has been infused in this. And that's because of the good work of this body. This is a collective thing. And you know what, Mr. President? It takes a village. There you go, Mr. Senator from Glencoe. I just gave you a quote.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman, for that response. Members, the fact is, regardless of and I know Senator Hoffman has cared deeply about this issue, but the fact is we have failed to provide adequate funding to our nursing homes, which care for our most critical patients in this state, at the end of their lives, many of them, and they deserve to have the compassion and care that we can provide, especially when we had a $19 billion surplus, hundreds of millions and billions of dollars going to special interest groups, members. Think of need, want, and desire. Those special interest groups we're putting ahead in some of the other bills ahead of our nursing homes. Think about that. Okay, I think we can all agree, because we all have elderly parents or relatives who are in nursing homes. Therefore, when this vote comes up to re-refer this, if you care about those people, and again, if we don't properly fund these nursing homes, we're going to have closures and we're going to have people dying out of this, okay? So if you care, whether Republican or Democrat, you need to vote green to send this back. Let's start prioritizing needs like funding our nursing home over the wants or desires, and start taking some of the money away from these special interest groups, which I think a lot of it gets squandered away anyway, and start providing for the people who really need it. And Senator Hoffman, I will say this. You said you couldn't predict the inflation. Well, when I saw the Biden administration's trillion-dollar spending programs, I only had one thought. This is Jimmy Carter on steroids. And that's what we've got. So the idea that we can predict inflation from printing up of money without production and manufacturing to actually create more wealth, and you got more and more dollars chasing fewer and fewer products, you're going to get 18% inflation since the Biden administration's been in. And it's going to hurt the low income, the poor, and nursing homes. And they need the additional funding. So Senator Hoffman and Democrats, if you care about the most vulnerable and providing the services they need, especially at the end of their lives, please vote green. A red vote tells me something else. Please vote green on Senator Abler's motion to re-refer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Urke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think we've got a common theme going here this afternoon, but before I jump into that same theme, first I'd like to thank Senator Hoffman for his work related to the 14C certificates, and thank him on behalf of those that or whose employment relies on that. We know it's a small number of people in our state, 6,000 or less, but to them that is extremely important, and to us it should be equally as important. It is what they desire and they have asked us for, and again, I thank Senator Hoffman for making sure that their jobs will continue, and I know that they will also thank him, and so I do appreciate that. Now on to jumping on the bandwagon or the bus that everybody else has been on, nursing homes. This is not something that snuck up on us. We spent a lot of time on it last year. Senator Hoffman was with us on that also, on that venture. Senator Abler was leading the charge. And a lot of people put a lot of effort into that because we knew the dire straits they were in. So when this year rolled around, it seemed like it should have been a slam dunk, that all we had to do was put the pieces back together and move this bill forward, and we could help them out. Well, we haven't, and we didn't. These places have been struggling. We've lost a number of them over the last couple years. We've got more on the brink of closing, and we did nothing to help them. Yes, there is a $100 million loan, but if you're on the brink of closing because you can't pay your bills at this point, I guess a loan kicks the can down the road a little bit further, but it doesn't help the problem. Because if we're losing money month after month after month, how are we going to repay that loan? It is not possible. They will continue to serve their local communities, which is important, but we don't want them just to serve for another year or two and then close their doors. We want them to be able to get back and operate and serve their communities at their full capacity. This is something that's been going on, and government played a huge role in it. It started with the shutdowns. However you look at COVID, that's when their problems started. They went from being full and operating, none of them were making tons of money, but they were able to do the job they were put in place to do. But then all of a sudden, wages start to go up, employees were harder to find, but the reimbursements didn't change. And now they're in the situation that they are. They're not able to hire employees or retain employees because there are much better opportunities down the street. That is why we must send this bill back and address this funding problem related to nursing homes. There's a lot of other pieces in this bill that are good. Other parts of the human service chain of needs got help, got a lot of help. Those people are going to be in pretty good shape. But nursing homes is a huge void, and we have to do something. We can't say, well, we'll wait till next year and see. This is a budget year. I hear the term, there's big tails. Yeah, we knew that last year. There is big tails, but we've got to figure out a way to work through that. I've seen a lot of bills come before us already this year, and we've got some more coming that I would say are very questionable as far as a need for our state. In fact, far, far from it. We're going to stand up new agencies and spend billions of dollars, but we can't take care of our nursing homes? Members, there's something wrong with that. And I know what Senator Hoffman was going through. I was negotiating with the House last year. Although there was not being a budget year, there was nothing that had to be done. Unfortunately, that's the way it ended, with nothing. But they do not put a priority on our nursing homes. So members here in this body, we have to stand up and support our nursing homes and do everything we can to convince the others in this game, the House and the governor's office, that it is important. These are our moms, our dads, grandmas, grandpas, friends, relatives, you name it, that need those extended services, and we're letting them down. We just can't do that. We can't go home without this. So members, please vote green on the Abler motion. Let's send this back. Let's add some reasonable funding so that the nursing homes can move forward. Thank you.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I'm going to give some reasons why I think this bill should go back to conference committee and be improved. You know, I'm probably as angry as Senator Abler is saddened by the missed opportunity when it comes to our nursing homes and the bill that's before us today. And I do have tremendous respect for Senator Hoffman, the work that he's done and that he continues to try to do. And so I want to ask him a question if he'll yield, Mr. President.
Will you yield? He will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hoffman, I ask this question very respectfully and know and understand that your compassion rivals that of Senator Abler's when it comes to trying to take care of the elderly. And so the question I have for you is, if it weren't for the targets, like was mentioned earlier, if it weren't for having to negotiate with House Democrats, or if you had the full support of the governor when it came to meeting this critical need, what would you have done in the bill for nursing homes? What would you have preferred to do?
Senator Hoffman.
I love those. What would you would have done if it wasn't for? And I think looking at the whole system, because you look back and the good senator, former school board member, although not as many years as the good senator from Glencoe, but when you look at our educational life, I'm not going to turn and look at it, it was always about what's the whole system look like? And to actually take back and look at what the whole system looks like, and I look at that whole home and community-based services system itself. Nursing homes is one piece of the 9 articles, 238 pages in this report that's in front of you, or the conference report. 9 articles, one of those is that. But you take a look at, would I have done anything different? I would have advocated for the $5.4 billion that we originally asked for, which would have really fixed the system, right? And we did do that. Again, going back to the $2.8 billion. But the thing that gets me is to take a motion back and say, how does this affect the system, not just one little piece of it? And last year, the good senator from Anoka used to talk about Jake. And in this bill, Jake, no more Jakes, right? And it was about the fact that substance use disorder is taking over, right? What's wrong with the system? And it wasn't just about one person, but it was about the whole system. And that includes everything from prevention, treatment, and recovery, fixing the recovery, looking at our sober homes. The good senator from Anoka dealt with those sober homes, and what does that look like for the system? And I'll get to my point, Mr. President, because when you look at what would I do differently, I think the conversation from the very beginning was consistently about the system. And the difference here is, if we would have had the bill last year would have passed, the conversation of what the system would be looking like would be a different conversation, right? When you look at this bill, Mr. President, everything from EIDBI, home care services, intermittent care facilities, developmental disability services, waivered services, and even our PCA services are all part of that system, Mr. President. And when you look about what positions were, the conference report, we addressed the system. And in this case, no more Jakes, and unlike, I'm not going to potentially violate a HIPAA clause by naming, somebody that was in a facility. Well, he's not even on the floor anymore, so I can't have fun with that. But in this case, there was a gentleman named Dennis who couldn't get home health aides to come to his apartment to help him move from his wheelchair to his bed, and then come in the next morning and get him from his bed to his wheelchair. Matter of fact, he slept and spent his whole day in his wheelchair and discovered he had sores that developed. Those sores were preventable. And if you look, I'll never forget a good reporter from a certain newspaper from not St. Paul, but the other city. I won't tell you his name, but if you just Google, somebody like Chris Sears, you might see that, oh, I just gave you his name, said, these are preventable deaths. The system, what's the system look like? I had this conversation with him. And you look at, if we don't address the system, hence, I don't want any more dentists. So if we put more money into this one bucket, but we then do not elevate the elderly waiver services, the homemaker services, or those developmental disability services in somebody's house so that it attracts people in. If we don't do anything for new Americans coming in and maybe working in the system, which this bill absolutely addresses that, Mr. President, if we do that, we don't have any more dentists. And so last year it was about Jake, this year it's about Dennis. And if I would do anything differently, it would be get more money completely across the system. But we do address the system in this conversation. And I say that in the 9 articles and the 238 pages, we address the system. It is a great start. I thank everybody in this body for putting the spotlight on the Senate. That actually gave us leverage so that we didn't have to cut from other systems parts in order to get something that doesn't make sense in here. And so with that, Mr. President, I thank the good senator from, is it Apple Valley or Lakeville?
Lakeville. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman, for that answer. And I couldn't agree with you more. It is our job to completely examine a system holistically. It's also our job to examine the state holistically. When we are prioritizing what areas we're going to emphasize, when we're prioritizing which Minnesotans are in need of our attention, when we're prioritizing the targets we're putting toward things like human services. And so I acknowledge and appreciate you sharing that perhaps there wasn't enough funding put toward this particular area to address the critical issue that we have facing our seniors in nursing homes. With there still being money on the bottom line, and with there being money spent in all sorts of different ways this session, it really becomes a question of priority at that point. And I think, too, when you're looking at a system in its entirety, it's incumbent upon you to identify if there's a certain aspect of that system that is about to collapse. And that is the aspect of the system that should have your full, undivided attention when it comes to solving that problem. And I'll give you an example or two. Let's talk about the system, or at least this aspect of it, nursing homes. Denied admissions to a nursing home have increased by 44% in 6 months. Nursing homes were forced to say no to a senior nearly 7,400 times in the month of March alone. 2,597 nursing home beds have been taken out of service statewide since the start of the pandemic. That's the equivalent of 52 50-bed nursing homes. 15 nursing homes have outright closed since 2001. The number of nursing facilities that have exhausted their reserves increased by 10% in the past 6 months. Another 40% are burning through their reserve right now. And almost 25% of nursing home caregiver jobs are vacant. Alarm bells are sounding when it comes to this aspect of the system. And the funding we're putting forward to meet the needs of that aspect of the system are falling dramatically short, as demonstrated by some of the information I just shared with you. $100 million in distressed nursing facility loan programs is great, but here's the deal. A non-forgivable loan program will not work to bridge the financial crisis nursing homes face today. You can't take on more debt when you're already underwater, and you can't raise permanent wages with loans and one-time bonuses. It's an ill-conceived program that kicks a problem down the road. And here's what I'll tell you. These facilities don't need money for capital improvements when they're about to close their doors for good. It's tough to explain to workers, we can't increase your wages, but we can maybe take out a loan to do some improvements to our IT system. That's so disconnected from the reality of what our elderly and their caregivers are facing on a day-to-day basis inside our nursing homes. And I should share that many of what I just shared with you was from the Long-Term Care Imperative, which is a group dedicated to helping our seniors and elderly. You know, when I was a kid, growing up, my grandmother worked in a nursing home. And oftentimes we would go to visit my great-grandmother, who was in the very same nursing home. And we were fortunate in that the nursing home was able to be in and around the community that I and many of our relatives lived in. So my great-grandmother would get visited very often, and it was kind of fun. We'd go to the nursing home, we'd say hi to Grandma Duckworth, then we'd go visit great-grandma Curran to see how she was doing, and we wouldn't just visit her. It was almost like we were visiting all of the residents in that nursing home. It brought joy to me and my little brothers. It brought joy to the folks that were in the nursing home, uplifted them for the day. We would visit with the staff and thank them profusely for taking care of our great-grandma. And it was a great experience. And we are seeing facilities like that all across the state and those local communities close their doors. When you walk into some of them, the atmosphere is sad because the folks there are stressed. They don't know whether or not their doors are going to be open the next month. And they're also sad and frustrated because they've been banging on the door of the legislature and the governor for help for years. And that call for help is not being answered in a way that's actually going to fix the problem. And you would think with a $19 billion surplus that a miracle had been bestowed upon the state of Minnesota that would give us a chance to finally solve this problem when it came to our nursing home and our nursing homes and the elderly and caring for them. But instead of using it as an opportunity to fix long-term this problem that has been plaguing our state and been plaguing some of our most vulnerable, we're simply offering them a Band-Aid that's only going to buy them a little bit of time. And for some, it's not going to buy them any time at all. That's the issue with this bill and why it needs to go back. That's why it needs to go back to conference committee for further improvements. You know, I recently visited a senior center in my district and visited with folks who were there. Surprising amount of veterans were living there. And great folks, phenomenal stories, amazing history. And I visited with the folks that care for them, and they shared with me a lot of their concerns. And I don't think this bill is going to ultimately meet their concerns or the concerns of several of the nursing homes throughout the state of Minnesota. And it dawned on me as I was there, smiling, joking, and having a great time with these folks that just 2 years ago, in the midst of a pandemic, the state stopped and shut down everything and prioritized our seniors and our most vulnerable. We stopped at almost nothing to prioritize their care and well-being. And here we are only a couple years removed from that, and we can't even find a couple $100 million additional to go toward these nursing homes to meet the needs of these folks. What's changed since then? We mobilized the National Guard to make sure these folks were taken care of and had their needs met. But now all of a sudden it's not a top priority for us here in the state of Minnesota to make sure these folks are cared for. It's a missed opportunity and an epic moral failure that we are going to let this opportunity and the funding that we happen to have right now slip through our fingers at the expense of the very people we're supposed to be taking care of. You know, as a state government and as legislators here in the Senate, it's really our job to care for and protect certain groups of people, kids, the vulnerable, disabled veterans, and our seniors or the elderly, for example, just to name a few. And if we can't prioritize them and put their needs first, we're failing them, and we're failing our duty to the citizens of Minnesota. You know, I'll give you just one example, Mr. President. We can prioritize spending $500 million on a new state office building, but we can't set aside the funds necessary to care for our elderly. What does that say about us, our priorities, our leadership, and what we're willing to do and fight for as elected representatives of the people of Minnesota who sent us here to solve their problems, plan for their futures, and care for their loved ones? We've offered to work together on things like the bonding bill if we can get more meaningful funding for nursing homes. They are not an organized special interest group that can demand that their needs be met. Our seniors, that is. That might be what's missing from the equation. And Mr. President, I'll end by saying this. We have an opportunity here to send the bill to conference, to let the people of Minnesota, let our seniors know that we prioritize them, that there's money on the bottom line here in the state still that can go directly to nursing homes to ensure that they get the care they deserve so they can live with dignity, be treated with grace, and ensure they get the respect they've earned and they're entitled to. Let's do the right thing, members, and make some improvements to this bill for their sake. Thank you.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members. If it's okay with you, Mr. President, I'd like to talk about passion, priorities, and people. And I think we all know the chief author, Senator Hoffman, is very passionate about two things: music and human services, helping those that can't help themselves. In fact, that's pretty much all he talks about, is helping others. And I appreciate his efforts. I appreciate him and Senator Abler's friendship and their combined passion for those that need more help from the state of Minnesota. But, Mr. President, I can tell in this bill that I don't think the author was driving the bus on human service in the conference committee. So we had a small conference committee for a bill of this size, Mr. President. It's $2.8 billion, 200 or 300 pages, and we had a small conference committee of 3 members. And I think the bill reflects the fact that we did not have more representation from the Senate on this bill. And I would question, whose bill is it? And I think I know the answer. It's the executive branch. In the bill, it gives more power to our state agencies and the executive branch. And I believe they are the ones that drove the bus on crafting this $2.8 billion bill that has a lot of good pieces in it, Mr. President. There's some PCA work that we have tried the whole 7 years I've been here to try to improve, and I do believe this is 2 steps forward in that. There's some good mental health pieces in here, and I thank Senator Hoffman for those provisions in this bill. But while I was sitting here listening to Senator Duckworth give a great speech on why we need to send this bill back, I got a voicemail. I got a voicemail from one of my nursing homes begging me to continue to stand up and fight for nursing homes, and more importantly, the people inside those nursing homes. We've had a really tough couple years, Mr. President, in rural Minnesota with our nursing homes, with COVID, inflation, the increase in wages and the cost of doing business is more than most nursing homes and senior care facilities can manage. And now this year, with a $19 billion surplus and $10 billion in new taxes being proposed, we're going to have a bunch of unfunded mandates that will directly affect those senior care centers that take care of our loved ones and our neighbors' loved ones. Also in the bill is the transportation issue that was touched on earlier. Mr. President, I won't dig into that. Senator Limmer sent out a sheet that I've heard about from my counties that was signed by the County Attorney Association, the Sheriff Association, Social Service Association, and the Association of Minnesota Counties, talking about the 48-hour rule and the changes to that. And members of the public, this will directly affect our counties. It'll also affect, more importantly, people with mental illness. And I believe with these changes, we're going to have more counties pushing more people on the streets. And that's the exact opposite that we fought to do the last couple of years in this body. And I think this document, this moral compass, as we've been told over and over again, shows the priority of the majority. And the results for the people, Mr. President, are going to be more taxes back home. The counties are going to have to pay for more. They're going to have to raise taxes. Another priority, nursing homes. We give a small little loan program with the $19 billion surplus and $10 billion in new taxes. What's going to happen? We're going to lose beds. We just heard from Senator Duckworth about the reduction in beds in the last couple of years. That will continue. And I have the voicemail to prove it from one of my nursing homes. We'll have more people with mental illness on the streets, when we should be worried about the people. That's what we're here for, to serve the people and not the executive branch. So with that, members, I urge a yes vote to send this back to conference committee. Thank you.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, members. And when the bill left the Senate floor, I thought there was an opportunity for us to take care of our nursing homes. And if you take a look at the number of people that voted for the bill to send it to the conference committee, it was a very, very strong supported bill. Unfortunately, the bill came back, and there's a lot less support for nursing homes in here than when it left. It's kind of interesting. We've had nursing homes underfunded now for the last few years, and we've had some real problems and some real struggles getting that funding in order to get these nursing homes where they need to be so that they can stay solvent, serve their communities, and serve the people within them, and pay the wages that need to be paid. Last year, we went through this same process, and it was the same people that stonewalled moving it forward. Here we are again today. We had an opportunity with a $19 billion surplus. We had an opportunity to take care of our elderly in nursing homes. The best we could do was come up with a loan program so that nursing homes can borrow money. Let's be realistic. There's a lot of these nursing homes that cannot borrow money because they are in a financial situation to where they no longer have the ability to borrow money because they can't show a financial statement that will show how they can pay that money back. And that's really unfortunate. So what's going to happen to our elderly? That remains to be seen. But I can tell you, when that chapter of the book gets written and we read it down the road, it's not going to be a very good chapter. And it's not going to look very good for the people sitting in this room today as to what we're doing and why we cannot understand that we need to take care of our elderly. You know, these people that are in the nursing homes that are elderly, these are the folks that have made it possible for us to be here today. These are the folks that raised the food. These are the folks that created clothing and mend clothing. These are the folks that did the mining. These are the folks that did the manufacturing. And all they're asking for is for us to give them some help so that they can be in a nursing home, receive care, and die with dignity. But apparently today that's asking too much. And I think that that is really unfortunate. So we ask ourselves, why do we have so many people that are dependent on Medicaid in order to pay for the nursing home care? And I can tell you, it's pretty simple. Most of these people outlived their savings. And many of those people, a good share, if not the majority of these people, worked very, very hard through their lifetime. They were very conservative. They saved money very, very well. But the legislative bodies, federally and state, outspent their means, which caused a lot of inflation over the years. Now, the past few years, we've had very reasonably low inflation. We've had reasonably low interest rates. But that's about to change, folks. Interest rates have went up considerably. Inflation is up there considerably. And when we take a look at a $19 billion surplus and the taxes we're raising this year, first of all, it's unbelievable, sad, and irresponsible that we cannot take, or we decided not to take care of our elderly. It's called priorities. And unfortunately for our nursing homes and the people within them, this was not a priority. What is going to happen is we're going to see inflation keep going, and we're going to see these nursing homes get further and further in debt, and there's going to get fewer and fewer of them. And we're going to be looking around and trying to figure out what happened. Well, folks, it's real simple. We didn't make these folks in these nursing homes priorities. We did not fund them. And so we're getting exactly what we're planning to get. It's very interesting. In 2011 and 12 biennium, we had a $34 billion budget. We're going to end up this biennium, which is 12 years later, with a $2 billion budget that was spent. It's about $18 billion in 12 years. This year, we're going to spend $19 billion in 2 years, plus we're going to raise taxes and fees somewhere in the neighborhood of $9 to $10 billion. We're going to raise our cost by 40%. And in a couple of years from now, when we have runaway inflation and we're in a recession, we're going to be looking at each other and saying, what the hell happened? Well, folks, you don't have to look very far. If you understand math and economics, you should be able to see the handwriting on the wall. Unfortunately, the people that are going to need the most help are the people that can't do much about what's happening. So, members, I would really encourage that we send this back. Senator Hoffman, I know you worked as hard as you could, and I know that Senator Abler worked, and your team, you worked hard as you could. but unfortunately, we come up on the short end of the stick. And I think we really need to send this back in order to get it re-looked at and get money for our seniors. I understand that these people, this is one of their final stops. But I also understand that some people around here think, well, they're not going to be productive, let's not worry about them. But let me remind you, these people were very, very, very productive. They worked hard, and they deserve much better than we're giving them. So send this bill back, get some money for them, and let's get this taken care of.
Senator Corran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of the Abler motion to refer back to conference committee. I think when you look at the issue of the omission of nursing homes, and we've talked about the priorities, well, the priorities are very, very clear. The governor does not believe that our senior citizens are of value. It's not just the money, it's not just this year. It's been a continued trend since I arrived in the legislature. We continually battled for the base funding and protections of our nursing homes, our most vulnerable. Mr. President, when I came here, as you know, I'm a guy who's been around government a long time. I hate ineffective government. I hate it when it touches your wallet, when we're building roads and we're not getting what we should, when we're building housing, when our dollar doesn't go as far as it should. That's a waste of taxpayer resources, and to me, it's a theft of your labor. But when it comes to, I think the only other reason for government is the care of our children, our elderly, and our disabled. That ineffective government outcome leads to poor outcomes across the board for our most loved. I asked, I think in my 4th year, to become a member, most people don't do that, a member of Health and Human Services, for the very purposes of doing everything we could to make sure that our government resources continue to improve and actually improve the lives of a very critical and necessary service. But it's really clear, the priorities today from the governor and the majority party are, we'd rather fund thousands of state government employee expansions, waste billions in so many other places versus a couple $100 million for our senior citizens. I would argue we got here through a variety of things. The cut in funding has been, a lot of private dollars have been removed from this process. But I'd also argue the regulatory burden placed on our institutions who provide services as well is equally as detrimental to the lack of funding. This bill doesn't even address funding, certainly doesn't address any policies. We've got more people spending administrative dollars and taking away from the vital care from an administrative purpose or perspective than providing the actual care for residents in these vital senior citizen facilities. In our world, my wife actually changed her career. She was an in-home hospice provider. And most don't know, but most of their work, or half of their work, ultimately ends up to be in nursing homes. She grew to love that job and a great passion. The people who serve in those roles, many of them are women, because thank God they have that compassion gene that some of us don't. But it's a job of passion, and it's a job it's a skill set you can't teach. She, like many others of the 23,000 that were removed from that service line, she was forced out because of some crazy policies through COVID, leading to the further demise of the necessary resource to care for our most vulnerable. I think when you look at the senior citizens today, we owe it to them. We knew the baby boomers were going to put a pressure on the nursing homes. I'm one of those baby boomers, the last, so the demands were only going to increase. I also believe that we actually need to go back to a period in time where we had more multi-generational housing. I think Senator Hoffman talked about the increase in elderly waiver. I think that helps keep people in their homes and provide the greatest quality of life we can provide. But our nursing homes are really going to need to be that facility of last resort for every family who tries to do everything they possibly can to bring their elderly member in their home or do all of the things necessary to keep them out of a nursing home environment. we're going to need those beds available. And we're on a trajectory that they're not going to be available even for the most needy. Those are the families who've done everything they possibly can to care for their loved one. Say a high-functioning Alzheimer patient, where you can no longer provide a safe environment in your own home or in their home for them to live safely in the most compassionate, humane way. That's when the nursing homes are going to need to be available. We also need them available for the people who have no family to provide that love and care and compassion. That's not going to exist. So then where does it leave us? It leaves us with many are going to be left alone, neglected, and lead to early deaths and far lower quality of lives than any of them deserve. And it really is about priorities. We're not asking for $1 billion for nursing homes. We're asking for a couple $100 million. In a gross expansion of government, which we've seen, clearly senior citizens rate last. The $100 million, that sounds good, but somebody who's where their credit cards are maxed out, giving them a new credit card isn't going to help them in one bit. Then you look on the healthcare system. We're already struggling. All of our policies have hindered that. Those nursing homes are critical care in transitionary services for what are deemed elective surgeries in our healthcare system. You know that elective surgery where you may need a hip to improve your quality of life or to continue to work and perform, or your knee replacement, or many other routine surgeries which require a time in a transitionary care facility, typically in nursing homes. Even with all the money in the world, I think it will improve the opportunity or stop the degradation and stop the bleeding with our loss of nursing home beds and the facilities themselves. We need to get the dollars, but I think we also need to go back to the drawing board and make sure we've examined every single policy that further erodes the cherished dollars that those nursing homes have and make actually true meaningful change, which will not only grow the workforce, but provide the great care and compassion and the services we need for our most elderly. Mr. President, for those purposes, I believe we need a green vote for the referral back to the conference committee. Thank you.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've taken time to try and understand the process that went on during the conference committee. And there's two issues I'd like to bring up. The first one is outlined on a letter that everyone has on their desk. It's from our partial sheriffs and our prosecutors Association of Minnesota Counties. It's before you. And it's talking about a 48-hour rule. 48-hour rule is a method that if someone is struggling with a mental illness and gets involved with our criminal justice system, there's a rule that says to the best of our ability, we're trying to get them out of a jail and get them into a mental health facility where they can get the proper supervision that is lacking in our jails. Somehow, that 48-hour rule is no longer in this bill. It's no longer in the law. And I understand, at least according to the letter, that it's stated in the, it's on the second paragraph to the end. The individuals that are talking are the Minnesota County Attorneys Association, a few public county attorneys, county social service administrators, Sheriff's Association. They state, "We were disappointed to see the House added language without a public hearing and an opportunity to be heard. Our Senate conferees accepted that. I am a little concerned about that because having worked in some of these facilities, jail and prison personnel are often attacked by inmates suffering from delusion or mental health illness. There's opportunity for themselves to commit suicide or attempt that, to harm themselves, harm others, destroy property, or create unsanitary conditions with their own feces. So that alone is raising quite a concern by our public prosecutors and those that work in our jail system. We have got to stop putting people with mental illness in jails and prisons. This is going in a different direction. We have to stop ignoring this problem. And this is a problem that isn't just unique to this year. It's a problem that's been around for close to 50 years. When the state of Minnesota decided to get rid of anything called a mental health or a mental health facility of any kind, an institution was deemed not proper to have. But the failure of the legislature at that time is they never replaced the infrastructure. So now people that are suffering from mental illness are put in jails. They crowd hospitals for mental health beds, but quite honestly, they don't have the facilities or the personnel to do that. So I want to bring that to our attention. But there's another issue that some of us have been talking about, and I hope we're not losing the point, Senator Hoffman. Where did all the money go such a short time ago? According to this other letter that's on your desk from the long-term care imperative, they claim the Senate entered conference committee with $127 million in funding for nursing home workers' wages. The House had $20 million in grants to nursing homes. We now found ourselves with $93 million in loan offerings that nursing homes can't use. We've got a little problem with focus. I've spoken to you about a loved one that I visit almost on a weekly basis for the last 2 years that's in a nursing home. This person is not elderly. This person is relatively young, 60 years old, suffering from advanced MS. That nursing home where she is has told me that if they do not get help from the state, they most likely will collapse. And yet our state has a surplus of how much? $19 billion. And I have to go back to that institution after the next few days and say, sorry, the legislature had different priorities. Now, I would imagine every family in the state of Minnesota has a loved one who has been in or is in or will be in a nursing home in the next few years. And that's only if we have the resources to fund those facilities. In the meantime, I have asked that facility, what happens if you have to close your doors? What's going to happen to the person I visit all the time? And they basically told me, well, if you can't find a place, your family will have to take care of that individual. Well, that individual needs advanced nursing care. I'm not quite sure who's going to provide the mechanical lift that lifts her from a bed to a wheelchair, to continually feed her by a spoon, or through the stomach tube that's attached. This person, or there are people that have bouts with seizures. Some seizures are mild, and some seizures, I've learned, are very severe. And they need immediate attention. And sometimes only the person in a nursing home that can apply Ativan to that patient is the only one who can get to that person quickly enough. But without adequate funding, that will be the responsibility of people at home taking care of their loved ones, whether they're young or old. These people are relatively innocent of public policy. They don't bother themselves with public policy. I'm talking about the patients. They're vulnerable and they're frail in most cases. And quite honestly, just like Senator Green said, there will be people who will die as a result of not funding nursing homes. This has been a problem that has been on our horizon for many years. We've seen it come. We now have a surplus. And yet, the collective will of the legislature is going to say no to nursing homes and advance funding to a variety of other things that haven't even been tested yet. Special interests, of course, line up at our door all the time. Senator Hoffman, you're the most influential person in the state of Minnesota on this issue right now. And we need one vote to agree with rejecting this conference committee report and send it back for a little extra work. Don't wink at me, Senator Hoffman. This is a life and death issue. If we don't adequately fund nursing homes this biennium, we're going to have problems with nursing homes. Nursing homes will continue to close their doors. I hope you've read some of the references here from those who work in this field, where they're saying we must offer extreme disappointment and frustration with the lack of real funding for nursing homes. We have the opportunity to go back to work, to convince the House that just a little extra money, a pinch here and a pinch there, to help nursing homes, we can avert this crisis coming at us. This is a priority of the first order. And this involves the vulnerability of our citizens that we most hold dear. I can't believe that this chamber would be so callous to say no to this opportunity. We have a proud history in the state of Minnesota of political parties that claim a high degree of compassion for our people. I hope we haven't lost it. I hope we haven't gotten so callous that we become so mechanical that all it now is a spreadsheet. I'm really pleading to you, Senator Hoffman, to accept this motion on Senator Abler's behalf. We need to go back. We need to reassert our priorities for that compassion for our people. And I sincerely hope that you would do that and convince other members. Join us as a united Senate to bring this matter to a close in a positive direction. We can do it. We have the resources. And quite honestly, I think we have the will. If we just say no to some of our other pleas for money and new directions, we can take care of our senior citizens. And like I said, they're not all seniors. I don't know how to take care of a person that's in such frail condition, and neither do most of our families. They don't have the mechanical equipment to lift people from beds. They don't have the ability to know how to handle and manage a feeding tube. There's all the other elements of prescriptions and treating of bed sores. Oh, the list goes on, but that's the direction we're heading, and we have the opportunity right now. This is it doesn't happen often in recent years to go back to reasserting our Senate position, to fight for what we think is our priority. It's important that we do this time. And I'm asking this body to please join Senator Abler with this request to reject and go back to conference committee. We will stand behind you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members will direct their remarks to the President. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, I'm going to share 4 things that were Senate provisions only that came back in the conference committee report that I'm thankful for. And then I have a few other comments about disappointment. First, I do want to thank the bill's author for the impact on the non-emergency medical transport. The House had 0 increase, as did the governor. And in the Senate, we were able to come back with some, but not nearly what is needed. I also was glad to see that we have established a hospice respite and end-of-life care, a medical assistance benefit for individuals under 22. We have tried to do this before. It's much needed, and I appreciate the fact that the Senate stood firm on that, even though the House and the governor had no funding for that very needed end-of-life care, complex care. And I also am glad to see the medical assistance EPD asset limit elimination. We've tried to do that for a number of years too, members. And the House nor the governor had any additional funding for that. So I do want to share my thanks and gratitude of the Senate provision that came back. But I particularly want to talk about the innovative Live Well at Home grants, establishing the Live Well at Home grants, Senate File 1902. The governor had no funding for that. The House had a bit. The Senate stood firm. And the reason this is so important is because we have spent, well, years, really, realizing that we don't have the adequate long-term care that our seniors, our elderly, our fragile, or our frail, which, by the way, is the rightful role of government to care for those. But we just don't have the necessary support structures or the support staff. But the established Live Well at Home grants is an innovative way to delay the onset of needed long-term care, which can be incredibly beneficial for the person themselves, for their families, for their pocketbooks. So I'm glad to see that, and I want to thank Senator Hoffman for including that in the bill before us, even though the governor had no funding for that innovative way to help people live well at home where they want to be. Have you ever known someone who said, I can't wait to go to a nursing home? No. It is not the place that people are seeking to go to. But when they need that care, that is the only place. And that's why, even in spite of the good work the Senate did on the 4 issues I mentioned to you, I stand in support of a green vote to send this bill back to conference committee. And I want to tell you why. I know you are well aware of the crisis that our long-term care is facing right now. And when I say our long-term care, I'm talking about Minnesotans, our loved ones, our friends, our neighbors, Minnesota senators that sat right here in this chamber. I have been at long-term care facilities with former senators in long-term care when I was visiting my father. And I'm telling you that what we have is a crisis unfolding before us, and I think everyone in this chamber knows it, and I think everyone in our state knows it. I'll just give you two statistics to frame the issue. Just since the pandemic, we have had the equivalent of 52 50-bed nursing homes close. Imagine what that looks like. Where do those people get the care that they need? What about the stress and the concern of the family and the loved ones? That is a number, that is a statistic that should keep us up at night. And you know, members, one of those is in my district. Nursing home right now in state receivership. Not sure what the future is going to look like for those loved ones and their loved ones in nursing homes. And members, this is why I believe we need to return this to conference committee. And I want to give you some other perspective historically. Not that long ago, just last year. Last year, this body right here had $1 billion for long-term care, nursing homes, disability homes. I'm concerned about our disability homes not receiving the funding they need as well. And that was just last year, folks. And you know at that time what we were working with? We were working with a $12 billion surplus. And yet we came together in this body with $1 billion for our long-term care. And it's heartbreaking to think that we have a much greater opportunity today with a $19 billion surplus, and yet we can't manage to fund our nursing homes. It's hard to say. It shouldn't be that way. We can do it. I encourage you all to vote green, get this back to conference committee. Let's get our priorities straight as we think about what is the rightful role of government. It is one of our most critical functions, is that we care for those most fragile. So I encourage a green vote, and let's get this back to conference committee.
Senator Housley.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I, too, rise to support the Abler motion of sending this back to conference committee. Members, it is a sad, sad day here at the legislature for our seniors. I can't even believe with a $18 billion surplus that we have to beg and plead to help our seniors. I'm not sure if everyone in this room has yet had the opportunity to shop for a nursing home, but I can guarantee you, you will someday. There comes a time when somebody you love can no longer live on their own. They need more care, whether that's with bathing or dressing or eating. There gets to be that time when a spouse of that loved one can't take care of them any longer, or the child of the loved one can't do it anymore. For me, it was my mother. She had Alzheimer's. And for years, us kids took turns dressing her, fighting with her to get into the shower after she had soiled her bed again, trying to get her to eat, managing our schedules, watching the toll it was taking on our dad. Some folks are going through this right now. Some even on this Senate floor that I have talked to, going through it with their parents. You have to start looking, where is your loved one going to live? Because neither you or your siblings or your other parent can do it anymore. And when we started looking, it was so sad. It's so sad, and it's so overwhelming, and all of the emotions for everybody are at their peak. My dad said, I'm just so sad because I know this is our last stop. This is where we end. So we started looking, and the most important criteria, the most important, was that that be close to us kids. Wanted to go see them every single day. So we looked and looked and looked, and there were waiting lists even 10 years ago. And we didn't have much time to get her into a place because it was getting pretty tough, and we probably should have started looking years earlier. But it has gotten 100,000 times worse since then. Our nursing homes are on the brink of collapse. And this isn't new. We've been talking about it for years. But now we have a $18 billion surplus. We can fix it. We can actually fix this problem. Over 7,400 seniors, or the families of a senior, are calling a nursing home each month only to be told, we don't have any room. And they don't have any room because they're not properly funded, and they can't get anybody to work there. 25% of caregivers in nursing homes, 25%, there's a 25% vacancy in our nursing homes for caregivers. A lot of you probably don't know this, but I like to visit nursing homes around the state. That's what I do. Kids always want to go to amusement parks or national parks. I always make sure I stop at the nursing homes just to see how they do things, meet the people there. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people, great stories. Love all of everybody that works there and everybody that lives there. But they're closing. I can't visit as many as I used to. One closed in Fairfax, Ivanhoe, Minneota, Kenyon, Robbinsdale, Coon Rapids, Pine City, Faribault, Maplewood, Caledonia, Winthrop, Minneapolis, Erskine, Crookston, and one's on the brink of collapse in Rochester. Senator Hoffman, I don't know what happened in conference committee. We voted off the Senate floor for $127 million for nursing home workers' wages. We sent you to conference committee with a 63-4 vote. And that $127 million for nursing home workers' wages was stripped out, and what was put in was a $93 million in loans that nursing homes won't even be able to access, because who can get a loan when you're on the brink of collapse? Would Senator Hoffman yield, please? Mr. President.
Will Senator Hoffman yield to a question? Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Housley.
Senator Hoffman, I just, for myself, I just wanted to know what happened in conference committee when we sent you there to advocate for the Senate position and $127 million to help with nursing home workers' wages was stripped out.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill itself, when you looked at the whole system, and I talked about this earlier, Mr. President, and it wasn't stripped out. The line that you talk about was stripped out. What we did is we had to find a way that we could get some short term, and I explained that earlier, Mr. President, and if you'd like, I would be more than happy to keep explaining that piece of it, but it was looking at the full system itself and saying, what is the right critical need here? For the first time in the history, the critical access nursing funds are available, and they're going to be available 90 days after we adjourn this. That's going to be there. The $100 million loan, 0%. The reason why we put the 18 months is because the VBR. It comes back to the systems conversation. The value-based reimbursement system doesn't work now because of the fact of the high inflation. And so this was absolutely a collective look at the whole system across the board. In order to maintain integrity, how do you keep people from actually going into a nursing home that don't need a nursing home because the nursing homes can't afford to take them in there because, oh, by the way, one of the services that this facility has is an elderly waiver service, and the reimbursement rates were just appalling. So addressing that high need was something that was important, and that theme was in there, and that absolutely looks at the whole system. So to isolate the one discussion of the facility really opened up the conversation to the good senator from the Aspen of Minnesota of what the system could or should look like. And Mr. President, that was deep conversations, and it was totally looking at what are all the intersectionalities within the systems that actually integrate, that create this. And that's where that came into. That's why you see a 71% increase in homemaker services under the elderly waiver, a 56%, no, those are the disability waiver, 56% increase in the elderly waiver, 26% increase in the PCA, specifically in the community first services and supports. We were able to maintain the integrity of those systems to help offset it. And then to turn around and say, well, wait a minute, if part of it is not able to attract people to come work in a nursing facility, which is a building, right? There's all those services within that building. It is then, how do we do an incentive pool? That's where that $90 million. So we left with 125, came back, there's $90 million in incentive pool and $100 million that would help get through that short term. Again, why we said you don't have to start paying it back till 18 months. Then that allows your VBR system to kick in, and if inflation gets down to where it should be, then they should be held at whole. Now, if they're not, if they're fitting those nursing home conditions under the Critical Access Nursing Fund, guess what, Mr. President? We actually funded that. We just didn't have a placemaker in statute, but we actually have funds in there. So to the good senator from Stillwater, that really was a deep systems conversation over everything else.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hoffman, maybe you understood all of that, but I don't know how the person trying to put a roof over their head has nobody to take care of them and is looking for a nursing home just heard that there's no money to fund the place they want to live or are currently living. Whatever happened in conference committee, all I see at the end is $127 million was stripped out to take care of our seniors and their nursing homes. Every single offer we have in this bonding stuff that's going back and forth, and believe me, we all hope we get one done, but it's not going to get done unless there are hundreds of millions of dollars for our nursing homes. Again, I like to visit nursing homes. I like to visit the people in the nursing homes. I go all around the state visiting nursing homes. Will Senator Kupek yield?
Senator Kupek will yield. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kupek, you have 5 nursing homes in your district. You have Eventide on 8th in Moorhead. You have Emmanuel Nursing Home in Detroit Lakes. You have Essential Health Oak Crossing in Detroit Lakes. You have Sunnyside Care Center in Lake Park. And you have Valley Care and Rehab in Barnesville. Senator Kupek, have you talked to any of the directors at these nursing homes?
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Senator Housley.
And Senator Kupek, what have they told you that they need here from us at the legislature?
Will Senator Kupek yield to the question?
Yes, I will.
Senator Kupek.
Sure. Well, what they have told us is what we have all said right here all along, that they would like to have more funding for their facilities.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Kupek, when you go back into your district and you go talk to the directors at Emmanuel Nursing Home or Valley Care and Rehab or Sunnyside Care Center. What are you going to tell them happened here in the legislature when you didn't get them any more funding?
Will Senator Kupek yield to the question?
Yes.
He will yield. Senator Kupek.
Well, that is certainly a conversation that I've already been starting and having already with them. And yes, am I a little disappointed with where everything turned out? I think I am. I think we all are. I think Senator Hoffman probably is as well. But these, I'm telling them these were the cards we were dealt, and I believe that Senator Hoffman, who I've been in communication with for weeks and months, really the whole time through this session, that I believe that he has done the absolute best that he could for us. And so going forward, I will continue to work with him and attempt to get this. I think it's a short-term fix for a long-term problem.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Senator Kupek. And if these are the cards that we are dealt, we've got $18 billion out there that we could fix this with $200 million. We could fix this right now, here today, by sending this bill back to conference committee, getting Senator Hoffman back in that room to advocate for the Senate's position, and maybe even more, to help these nursing homes, to help yours in Moorhead and Detroit Lakes. Would Senator Hochschild yield?
Senator Hochschild is not on the floor. Senator Helsley.
Well, Senator Hochschild has nursing homes in his district also. He has 8 of them. And folks, when I was talking about the nursing homes, those closures in all of those cities, most of them are in rural Minnesota. Those are the ones who are suffering the greatest. And when I say, when you're looking for a place for your loved one to stay, you don't want to have them move to Woodbury when you're up in Lake Park. You want them in Lake Park. You want them less than 5 miles away so you can go see your loved one. Senator Hochschild has Big Fork Valley Care Center in Big Fork. He's got the Boundary Waters Care Center in Ely, Cook Care Center in Cook, Good Samaritan Center in International Falls, Waterview Shores in Two Harbors, Minnesota Veterans Home in Silver Bay, Little Fork Care Center in Little Fork, all of those have been asking Senator Hochschild for help, for money to increase the wages of their employees so the residents of Little Fork and Ely and Cook and International Falls can have a place to stay in their town and not be forced to move to the cities. When I visit these nursing homes throughout the state, which I don't know if I've mentioned, I like to visit, that's what people in rural Minnesota feel like. They feel like the government is forcing them all to move down here to the Twin Cities, and they don't want that. They want to be by their kids. They want to be by their grandchildren. They want to enjoy life to the fullest in the place that they're living as their last stop. Members, Hubert Humphrey once said that the moral test of government is how the government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped, and those who are in the twilight of their life, the elderly. This is our moral test, folks, right here. Right here, right now, today. This is our moral test. Let's send this back to conference committee and get this right. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are several issues with this bill, and I'm going to touch on just one of them here that I think is garnering a lot of attention. I think I've mentioned here before, I serve as an unpaid director for an organization that operates a nursing home, a rehabilitation center, independent living, assisted living, and memory care. This bill and the suite of bills that have been passed are putting additional strain on our providers. Staffing ratios provide a mandate to us when we are constantly looking to attract and retain people to work there? Our nurses, our cooks, our cleaning staff, maintenance people, therapists, and all of the other people we need to provide basic services to our patients and clients. Earned sick and safe time and paid family medical leave will make it hard to provide the benefits and accommodations that we already give. We worked really hard to provide benefits to our employees that they valued. One of the senators mentioned yesterday that passing paid family medical leave will help our nursing homes attract and retain staff because they'll have this benefit. Mr. President, it was just the opposite. We funded those benefits on an as-needed basis, and now we have to take out of our already stressed cash flow and put that money into a state-run insurance system. And Mr. President, these are not glamorous jobs, but they're essential. And it takes away from our ability to differentiate ourselves from our competitors. It makes it harder for us to keep someone like Sarah. Back at the height of COVID in 2020, we had to put my mother-in-law in memory care. And we had this lady, I couldn't pronounce her real name, but she went by Sarah. And Sarah took phenomenal care of my mother-in-law. She was to the point that we couldn't keep her at home. We needed her in a confined facility. And I would say Sarah treated my mother-in-law like she was her mother. The care, the compassion. And on that board of directors, I made sure that we took care of Sarah as best we could. But now we have to offer a specific sick time benefit instead of the flexible time off, which our staff appreciated, which Sarah appreciated. We now, with all of the unfunded mandates, and while yes, there was one-time money in the paid family and medical leave bill, the facilities will, and some of these expenses will be reimbursed. The reimbursements are delayed 18 months. There's a new loan program that needs significant review because it was never vetted in this chamber. I don't believe it was vetted in committee. And I hope to address my concerns on that later, Mr. Chair, but this will fail to meet the needs of providers. Mr. President, I voted for this bill when it first left this body. The vote on this bill was much more bipartisan than the other body, and it had a much stronger position going in. This body today should reject this report and send it back to the conference committee with the message that we expect this legislature to support our seniors and vulnerable elderly Minnesotans with the dignity and the respect that they deserve. Mr. President, I encourage all members to support the Abler motion.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage everyone to vote green for the Abler amendment or motion to send this conference report back to committee. When we debated the bill on the floor before, I mentioned how on the day before I was sworn into office in 2013, my mother had to enter the nursing home in Laverne. During those days when I would go back home, I would talk to the staff. I would tell them about my regret of not being able to be there on a regular basis to help my mother settle in. Indeed, that responsibility fell to my wife and my sister-in-law. And she assured me that I should not feel badly. She said, number one, your family has been doing a wonderful job of visiting your mother. And she said, we have many people here who have no family. Their friends are in the same condition that they are. They cannot get here to visit them. She said, they are truly the forgotten ones of our society. And now, Mr. President, the state of Minnesota is forgetting them as well. Yesterday in the debate on family leave, we had heard that if we did not pass that, people will die. Well, Mr. President, if we pass this bill, people are going to die also, because we are failing to provide that which is needed for our nursing homes. Without the proper funding, the numbers have been quoted already as to how many nursing home beds have been lost in recent years, and it will get worse. And the sad thing is, Mr. President, I'm not sure some people even care. I have 26 nursing homes in my district. I would have more except for the 2 that had to close last year. Senator Abler had put together a bill last year that would have eliminated much of the problem that we're facing today. That is, until the governor and the Democrats in the House walked away from the table. And then obviously, they have continued to keep walking. We sent the omnibus bill off this floor with 63 votes, a very strong position, a position that should have enabled that bill in conference to come back stronger. But instead, it has come back worse. We heard a little bit ago that, well, those are the cards we were dealt. My friends, it is time to send this bill back to the conference committee and get a new deck. Thank you.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try and keep my comments short here. As you may have guessed, I stand in support of the Abler motion to send this back to the conference committee so that we can get this right. Mr. President, my legislative assistant has been texting me throughout this debate, and she's been getting phone calls over at the office, and those phone calls are from the executive directors of nursing homes across my district begging us, Mr. President, to get them more funding because they are on the verge of closing. Mr. President, people are watching what we're doing. These directors of these nursing homes are watching these proceedings right now, and they are pleading with us. They are begging for help. And I have to admit, Mr. President, I feel sort of like an idiot as I stand here today, because I met with these directors of nursing homes before session started and early in session, and they said, are we going to get some help? And like the naive freshman that I am, I said, well, with, huge surplus, certainly we're going to get you some help. And I signed on to Senator Hoffman's bill that would have increased reimbursement rates for nursing homes, thinking that that would help to get the help that these nursing homes need. And I guess I'm going to have to learn moving forward that if we have another $19 billion surplus, that we're not necessarily going to do the right thing with that money. And I won't be able to tell them, well, certainly we're going to help you like I did earlier in this year. And we had a $19 billion surplus, and I don't even know where it went. People ask me, where's the surplus going? We're only getting $260 back. And I don't know what to tell them because it's disappeared. It's like it's gone into the ether. And things like nursing homes that we should be supporting are not getting the help they need. And I have a question for the honorary Iron Ranger, the senator from Champlin, if he would yield.
Senator Farnsworth, which senator are you asking to yield?
Senator Hoffman.
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my question is just a number. What number would be needed if we were to come up with that amount of money to stabilize nursing homes?
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for somebody who loves Perch Lake and loves Chisholm and Valentini's and the fact that you can't just absolutely not experience life in Minnesota until you've gone to the Iron Range, I do appreciate the good senator from the Iron Range for saying that. Very beginning of the conversation, we looked at how the whole industry of home and community-based services, right? And if you look at this bill, there are 9 articles that are in here, 238 pages. And we talk about the caregivers bucket, right? The caregivers in Minnesota. There are 53,000 job openings just in caregivers themselves, right? And the need is there. And we've talked about the fact that our hospitals, which is a mandated service, one of the 15 medical MA services that are mandated hospitalization, there are 2,000 beds that are filled of people that should either be in their home. That was the first priority, the home, getting home-related home services, elderly waiver services in the home, or elderly waiver services perhaps in a transitional care unit or in an assisted living facility. And when you look at the facilities piece, nursing homes, just that's a building, right? The services they provide are all those within the bucket of caregivers, right? And there's a whole mix of it, right? You talk about a rehab facility. Well, what are they doing? Are they doing rehabilitation when it comes to orthotics? Whatever it is that they're doing on their rehabilitation side, is that services that are provided under VOC rehabilitation, or those services? Anyway, all these different pots of service provide money comes into this bucket, which is the caregivers. I'm going to go back to that point to the good senators. 53,000 openings and positions caused havoc. Going and looking in, and I said this earlier, Mr. President, elderly waivered services, the reimbursement rate was like $13.91. Then I'm going to get to your question. I'm going to get to the answer to your question. If we wanted to get people to $20 an hour, right? That was a question that was thrown out there. Just in the caregivers world, along all those services, all those waivered services, those providers that we have, it would be a $4 billion request. $4 billion. To wholly fix a system that has been not looked at very well over a long period of time, hence going back to the reimbursement rates for elderly waiver services are at $13.91. Heck, if you want to work in child psychiatry for one of our state facilities that actually does it, and our wonderful brothers and sisters from AFSCME are the members that oversee that, their starting pay is $14.70 an hour. The system itself doesn't bode well. And everybody throughout the years was always looking at pieces of it, right? Piece this, piece that. It's kind of like this, Senator Farnsworth. You got your kitchen cabinets, right? And you open up your kitchen cabinet, and you should line up where the can of corns are and the cans of beans. And throughout the years, we've not done a good enough job of aligning those up. But I'm telling you this, Mr. President, this bill, for the first time in history, starts to line those cans of corn up. And I use that as a visualization as you open up your cabinet to look and say, how is this going to be lined up? Instead of piecemealing it, which is what happened. That's why you see our folks working in child psychiatry only making $14 an hour, and the people working in elderly waivered services only making $13.91 an hour. Not okay, right? To get everybody in that caregiving thing up to $20 an hour is $4 billion. That's a lot. $5.4 billion would have completely fixed the system. But I'm going to go back to what I just said 3 minutes earlier. This bill is absolutely the right beginning to fixing the system. Because here's what we did. ICFDD, intermediate care facilities, care, right? There was a get the rate floor up, $50, $40. Didn't matter. The fact is, here it was. We're at a $40. But here's what we did, right? We came back with this just in that one, and we added inflation into that billable piece. Was one is not included earlier than going in. We come out of conference committee, and it was inflation. Can we do it every other year? No, what we were able to do is to do it every year. And so when you sit there and you look at that, all these little pieces of the system need to align up. This bill starts to align those up. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little bit dizzy after that answer. Didn't get the number that I was looking for, although I now know that the senator from Champlin likes to have his canned goods lined up straightly in his cupboard. Mr. President, I serve on the Higher Ed Committee, and one of the things that was accomplished in the Higher Ed Committee in the Omnibus budget was stabilization funding for colleges that were close to closing. Tens of millions of dollars were set aside for colleges like St. Cloud State or Moorhead, these colleges that had declining enrollment that were really in a great deal of trouble, and they were in a great deal of distress. And if we are able to provide stabilization funding for our colleges and universities, we should be able to provide stabilization funding for our nursing homes. And so I'm not just asking Senator Hoffman, I'm asking the entire body for a vote of 67-0 on this motion so that we can send this back to the conference committee with the strongest possible position. And we can tell people in the conference committee, we can tell members of the House, we can tell the governor that 67-0, we strongly support our nursing homes. And we can find the money. I said earlier that I don't know where the money went. I know there's a little bit over $2 billion still on the bottom line. The money is there, Mr. President, to help our nursing homes. And I just want to say that the senator from, I believe, Moorhead, when he answered the question about his nursing homes and the funding for nursing homes, his response was, well, I'm a little disappointed. Mr. President, I'm a little disappointed when my son loses a baseball game. Mr. President, I'm a little disappointed when the ice cream falls off of my ice cream cone. This is more valuable than being just a little disappointed. This is taking care of some of our most vulnerable people. So I'm asking this body to vote 67-0 to send this back to conference committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Senator Housley, for what
I'd
purpose
like
do you
to,
rise?
thank you. I'd like to impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call. Senator Housley, is this for the duration of the motion or the duration of the bill?
Mr. President, the duration of the bill.
Senator Housley.
Mr. President, I move that the proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the discussion. First of all, I'd like to thank Senator Hoffman for including in the bill a small provision for a nursing facility in my district that takes care of very acute patients, those with traumatic brain injury. And a very small provision in this bill makes certain that at least for 2 more years that nursing home can continue to stay open. However, as we look at the bill and at the shortcomings of this bill, the disparity that exists for the rest of the nursing homes in the state, and we've heard a great deal about it. We've heard from the long-term care imperative. Members have read portions of their letter. And members, as I look at their letter, the one thing that sticks out very clearly the nursing homes in Minnesota are saying that they are, quote, on the brink of collapse. They're going to collapse, Mr. President, if the legislature doesn't act properly. And to Senator Farnsworth, who brought up the notion that maybe he thought he was naive in thinking that this legislature would definitely take care of nursing homes when we're projected to have a $19 billion overcollection of the people's money landing here in St. Paul. I would say that it wasn't naive, Senator. I said the same things to my nursing homes when I talked to them 6 or so months ago. I could not envision any way that this legislature would not do the right thing and take care of the most vulnerable people in our state. And Senator Farnsworth, I've been in the legislature for 15 years, and I have never seen a misplacement of priorities as we are seeing here right now before us. In priorities they are, Mr. President. A budget is a statement of those priorities. And before us we have the Human Services Bill that is supposed to determine for the people of Minnesota what the priority is for nursing home facilities in those very, very, very vulnerable people who rely on them to continue their life. Mr. President, just a few months ago, my father had an emergency surgery. And after the surgery, he was placed in a nursing home for rehabilitative care. He's 83, he'll be 84 next week. And they did a great job at the nursing home bringing him through. His wounds are healed, but the stress from the surgery and the anesthesia severely deepened his dementia from where he was. He's in a nursing home in Winona. They're doing a wonderful job with him, even though they're 25% or more short-staffed. The people are working overtime to try to keep up with the needs of the residents. And we talked about the fact that they are underpaid in the face of the wage inflation that is a reality that has happened in many or probably every sector in our state. And so as I visit my dad there, the man who I grew up to idolize, the one who I thought was the strongest person in the world, the most capable person I had ever met, now is relying upon other people to keep him alive. And there are other people like my dad, Mr. President, throughout the state of Minnesota, in all the nursing homes we have. And as I mentioned earlier, as I talked to the nursing home directors, not only the one there, but a nursing home in Red Wing and other nursing homes in my district, my message to them was we're going to have, at that point, Mr. President, we were expecting, to be accurate, a $17 billion over collection of the people's money, and then it inflated in March, as we know, to $19 billion. Got to be even more money. So as I listened to the discussion, and I was one of the 63 members of this chamber, 63 out of 67, Mr. President, who voted for the bill going out of here that didn't completely address the nursing home's needs, but it was light years ahead of where this is. And this falls so dramatically short. But I was one of those members in supporting Senator Hoffman, pushing that bill forward to try to bring back something for nursing homes. Mr. President, the $200 million or the $190 million, 1% of the $19 billion, 1% of $19 billion is what it would take in this bill to do the job. And this legislature couldn't find 1% for the most vulnerable people in our state. The people of Minnesota have to be wondering, what are the priorities of this legislature? They can't dedicate 1% of the huge, historic budget surplus. $19 billion. Mr. President, there were years when we would be so excited if there was a $300 million surplus. No one would have ever anticipated this type of surplus. And we can't take 1% of it for the people who couldn't stay alive without the help that nursing homes provide them. The people like my father, who was a county commissioner in his county. For many, many, many years, he was a town board officer. He ran a farm. He raised 5 boys and was a leader in his community. And we can't take care of people like him for the last years of their life as they run the last leg of the race. And as my dad has his moments of dementia in the nursing home, so he can't unload his last 5 boxes of silage, last 5 loads of hay, which is all that he wants to be doing. And we can't find 1%. Now I look at, Mr. President, the rest of the things we brought through here. Some of them are still coming through. The lust that the majority has for this money and its spending in all kinds of other areas is just so unbelievable. I look at the budget spreadsheet, Mr. President. In this area for this bill, it's a 10% increase over the budgeted forecast for the planning biennium we're working on. But if you take the total, all of the budget areas collectively, Mr. President, it's a 33% increase. That 19 or $20 billion increase in spending is a 33% increase across all budget areas, 33% increase in spending over the forecast. This budget area is a 10% increase in spending over the forecast. Now, there are some other categories in the budget, Mr. President, that are 86% increase. One's at 155% increase. One is at 341%, 396%, 865% increase in a different budget area. In yet another area, 935% increase in spending. But this legislature can't find 1%. Now, we've had bills before us to increase the salary for the governor, the lieutenant governor, the secretary of state, the auditor, the attorney general, to salary amounts over $150,000 apiece. We've had bills to pay hundreds of millions of dollars to special interests. Many of them appear to be more pay-to-play
types of schemes. We even have bills paying people not to work, Mr. President. We're paying people who are part-time employees in our schools not to work. And all our nursing homes need is to pay people to work. They want to work, Mr. President. And there's beds available for them to work next to. But we can't find 1%. Mr. President, a budget is a statement of priorities. I would say to my fellow senators who said that they were dealt some sort of deck of cards by somebody that somewhere on high in the legislature, that there's one vote in this Senate that can help us send this bill back for 1%. And if we get that 1%, Mr. President, we'll turn this ship around and we won't be pulling the plug on Minnesota's most vulnerable population. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Rockville, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the Abler motion to reject this conference committee report and send it back to the conference committee. We heard it before, but I'm going to mention it again. There was last year the $1 billion bill to help support long-term care, unanimously, bipartisanly supported in this chamber. So if you took that same, we had $12 billion in surplus last year. We were going to take 1/12 of it for long-term care. So if you carried that out and just took 1/12 of this surplus of a $19 billion surplus, what would that be? About 1.6, almost 1.6 billion. We can't find 200 million. But this will fix itself, because I really truly believe that we took some more of Washington-style politics and brought it to Minnesota. What do I mean by that? Take a look at how the VA treated our Vietnam veterans. Look at the struggles they had. Look at the diseases they had from Agent Orange. And claim after claim was denied by the VA. And they continue to deny it. Why? Well, if you deny it long enough, they just die off. And then they've got a fewer number to actually, when they knuckle under and decide to, we're going to support those claims. We're going to actually give you the benefits that you have deserved all along. But you know what? Now there's a minuscule amount of you left, Mr. President. And that's what I think is going on here today. I think that we're just going to ignore our seniors until there's fewer of them. Because all we're doing, we're in that baby boomer crunch, who I'm probably one of the last of. And if we wait long enough, there'll be a lot fewer of those baby boomers. So we won't need as many nursing homes. We won't need as much money to put into nursing homes, because there'll be fewer nursing homes because we're ignoring them. But the need won't be there because there'll be fewer seniors to take care of. That's what I feel is going on in this chamber, in this legislature right now. We heard the comment, it's the hand we were dealt. Well, I tell you what, I've been here for 10 years, and I've never seen this kind of a hand dealt to me when we were here before. A $19 billion surplus, $10 billion in tax increases. And the majority in this and the other chamber and the man that holds the governor's office can't find enough money can't find $200 million for our nursing homes. But you know what? I bet you if you pull up House File 690, I bet you can find $200 million in special interest money in that bill, Mr. President. You know, I look at this and, you know, when you're struggling to find a nursing home for your loved one, as we did for my mother, one place you can go to is the ombudsperson for long-term care. Well, guess what? That came back from the conference committee with a decrease in funding. Well, if you have a mental health issue, there's an ombudsperson for mental health and developmental disabilities. Well, guess what? We couldn't maintain the funding there either. That came back with a decrease. You know, members, it's just, you don't realize how important this is until you have to go through the situation yourself and try to find a place for your loved one. We looked and could not find one close to any family. So we ended up putting her in a place that was kind of in between everybody. No one could get there easily. I will say that we were lucky, and she was lucky, because she only survived 2 weeks in that nursing home. And I had an ethical dilemma because I truly believed I should have turned that nursing home in for the conditions that my mother was in. The ethical dilemma is you turn them in, they shut them down, and then where do all those people go? Well, they probably would have went the same place as what's going to happen to all the people that are in these nursing homes right now. They're going to be turned out in the streets. They're going to go back to family that have not got the tools, the skills to do what their loved ones need, which was our case. There was no way for us to provide that type of care. And especially when you come time for the end of life and they need morphine, they need that pain management. Well, Mr. President, not everybody, as you well know, can do that type of pain management. Members, those are some of the most toughest decisions you're going to have to make in life. Now, in my family, I think the next folks that are going to have to face that are probably my kids when they look at, because now I'm in that generation that me and my siblings are that generation that's going to be where our kids are going to be making that decision for us. So members, let's not treat our seniors like the VA treated the Vietnam veterans. Let's not turn our back on them. Let's not deny them the care and the services they deserve. Let's take care of them. Let's do better than Washington. Let's do better than the VA. Let's not turn our backs, because that's what this bill does. There's $19 billion surplus. You got $10 billion in tax and fee increases. Can't we find $500 million? Can't we find $200 million? I think we can. I think House File 690's got some. I think you can go there. It's in there. I also heard there's money on the bottom line. I think there's money there. We can do this. All we have to do is have the will to do it. Let's not wait until our nursing homes close. Let's not wait till us baby boomers don't exist. Let's fix this now for the people that need the care today. So members, vote green. Vote to send this conference committee report back, and let's find the services, let's find the money to provide the care for those in need. And don't be the heartless folks like the VA and not care about these people. Thank you, Mr. President.
The last speaker before the author of the motion, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members, for the stories that you're sharing that help to highlight the importance of this. As I've been listening to the stories, I'm just sitting here in the chair, and part of me is getting choked up just listening to the stories of others. And as I'm thinking about my own stories, my own memories of my grandparents, a society is judged on how they treat the most vulnerable and those that require the most help and need. On one end of the spectrum, we have those in the womb, the unborn, and on the other end, we have those as they live the final stages of their life. For some of us, it's our parents. For some of us, it's our grandparents. I'm in the generation where my parents are not yet old enough to need this, but those years are quickly approaching. And I'm not looking forward to that day. I remember when I was having to deal with this with my grandparents. It's very frustrating that we have an opportunity before us now to send this back to conference committee to get it right. The priorities that the Democrat majority and Governor Walz have put forward, spending in other areas, wasting money in other areas, with the false claims that there's not enough money to be spent for our seniors, with the false idea that we've just been dealt some cards and we can't do anything about it. We absolutely can do something about it. The 33 Republicans in this chamber are looking for just one Democrat, one, that will join us in prioritizing our seniors. I know our aging parents and grandparents, they need our help. They need our help. And I think back to the memories with my grandparents, St. Anthony. For as long as I was alive, their house was in St. Anthony. And whether it be my grandpa, he was one of the bedrocks of the family. Everybody looked up to him in the family. He was an engineer. And when Parkinson's and Alzheimer's set in, it's painful watching these people go through this transition. There was one instance where we were at a restaurant at Moore Lake, or near Moore Lake, in Fridley there, and I don't recall the name of the restaurant now, but it's on the north end of the lake. This was before cell phones, and we were waiting. The family was waiting for my grandma and grandpa to make the drive so we could have lunch together, and they never showed up. Had no idea what was going on. And the drive from St. Anthony to Fridley is not that far for those who know the area. And eventually we got a hold of my grandma. My grandpa's the one who did all the driving. My grandma did very little driving. But it got to a point where I guess the keys were in the driver's seat, or the driver, they were in the car and the keys were in the ignition, but my grandpa didn't know how to drive. And that's why they didn't show up. And it progressed, and they were still in the house in St. Anthony. At the time, I was working third shift as a truck driver, and we delegated the responsibility to different grandchildren and the direct children, so my uncles and my mom. And so it was my responsibility when I got off, when I punched out third shift, I'd punch out about 5 in the morning or so, to drive then similarly, at the time I was working in Fridley, so I'd punch out in Fridley, drive over to St. Anthony to just check up on them at early hours of the morning. And there was one time I came in and my grandpa wasn't even on the bed. He was crouched on the floor, and I don't know how long he had been there, but I had to pick him up, put him back in the bed. But that was the final moment where he finally both of them had to get moved to a nursing home. And they got moved to Crestview, for those who might know. Columbia Heights. And the staff, whether it be Columbia Heights or any of the great nursing homes that are working so hard to care for our grandparents and our parents and our aging and our seasoned citizens, is something we should absolutely hold up and give them the dignity that they deserve. The dignity. And this bill and the priorities of the Democrat majority and Governor Walz lack dignity. Our seasoned citizens deserve so much more. The staff that are sacrificing so much deserve so much more. Not to be shut down, not to be told the waiting list is months or years long, not to receive a phone call, we're going to be shutting down and everybody's going to be forced to have to leave because the Democrat trifecta found ways to spend money in all these other frivolous areas but couldn't prioritize our parents and our aging grandparents. So, Mr. President and members, I implore you, just one Democrat one Democrat can join the 33 of us Republicans so that we don't shut down nursing homes, we can reject this conference report. People are going to die. People are going to die as a result of the Democrat majority's priorities or lack of priorities. So members, Mr. President, members, vote green and send this back to conference committee, and let's help our seniors, our parents, and our grandparents. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I rise to urge you to reject this bill until we can adequately fund our nursing homes and stop the brinks of collapse that we are being warned about. My nursing homes have been talking to me for months about this, well over a year. We all have been hearing the stories. A $19 billion surplus. Who would have ever thought we would have gotten to this point where we funded everything else? We're going to set up a program for pot, but we can't find $200 or $300 million for our seniors in nursing homes at the end of their lives. It is on the brinks of collapse, and we are here, Republicans warning the legislature, the governor. This has got to be a priority. Members, let's remember back. August 1st, 2007, 6:05 p.m. The picture might be coming clear to some of you. 111 cars collapsed off of a bridge. 98 people injured, 13 dead. A bridge that collapsed right here in Minnesota made national news. It was just up the road from here at the Capitol, I-35, for anybody that hasn't got the picture yet. I-35 bridge collapse. The legislature moved heaven and earth, along with Governor Pawlenty, to react, to inspect, to try to deal with this tragedy that seemed unavoidable. It snuck up on everybody. Folks, we are on the brinks of collapse with our nursing homes. This is not sneaking up on everybody like the I-35 bridge. But we are on the brinks of collapse. If we pass this bill and say, seniors, nursing homes, too bad. Too bad if you don't have staff. Too bad if we don't have beds because we've closed them. So we can't stand here and be willfully blind to something that's on the brinks of collapse. We did everything we could to make sure another bridge wasn't going to collapse after I-35 snuck up on all of us. There's over 700 bridges across the country that were inspected, double-checked, because we didn't want that to happen again. And we Republicans are standing here today pleading. We just need one Democrat vote. Send it back. We'll deliver 33 of the 34 votes we need. Send it back. The Senate can stand strong for our seniors and not watch a collapse that we're being warned about. Members, the industry is telling us over and over, from northwest to southeast, from northeast to southwest Minnesota, every nursing home, there's nearly on the brinks of collapse. And that's what you're all hearing. And yet with a $19 billion surplus, we're going to pretend it's not going to happen, even though we've been fairly warned. Members, this is our moment. We can stand 67 strong. We had 63 on the bill that went out of here with more money. And we can reprioritize and find a way to make sure our nursing homes don't collapse like the I-35 bridge did. Let's vote green to pass this rejection of this bill. Go back. We've got 4 days. We can get it figured out. I've got confidence in Senator Hoffman, and if we've got his back, he'll do the right thing for our seniors. Now's the time, members. Let's not let it collapse before we decide to do something about it.
The Secretary will take the roll on the motion to reject the Conference Committee report. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator voting. For those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Pappas votes no.
Senator Pappas votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no. Senator Jasinski. For those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Boding. For those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also report that Senator Wickland votes no.
All senators, Senator Wickland votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the motion to reject the Conference Committee report does not prevail. We're on the underlining amendment. The Secretary will give the bill its third reading. Oh, I'm sorry. The Secretary will take the roll on adopting the committee report. Members, please vote. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator McQuaid votes aye.
Senator McQuaid votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Pappas votes aye.
Senator Pappas votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. Senator Broding, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye. Senator Dames, are you going to vote? Senator Dames, are you going to vote? All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the conference committee report is adopted. The secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 2934, a bill for an act relating to human services establishing an Office of Addiction and Recovery.
Third reading, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to start off by thanking Senator Hoffman and Senator Abler for their leadership on the Human Services Committee this session. And I think both of them should be proud of the bill that we originally sent out of the Senate with a 63-4 vote. You don't typically see anything like that for a human services bill. I want to just briefly touch on a couple of the provisions of the bill that I'm really grateful for. First is on funding for Adult and Teen Challenge in Douglas County, in the Alexandria area, and in the Brainerd Lakes area. This funding will establish 160 substance use disorder beds that will be life-changing for folks in greater Minnesota. I had the opportunity to have lunch with some individuals who had gone through this program and got to hear their story about how this program changed not only their life and perhaps saved many of their lives, but actually helped bring their families back together and get them on the right track. I also just want to talk about how, Adult and Teen Challenge is one of the most successful substance use disorder programs in the state of Minnesota, and one of only a handful that's gone through evidence-based research to talk about and to demonstrate its effectiveness. Another provision of this bill that I'm really glad to see included are grants for supported decision-making. These grants will help individuals with diminished decision-making capabilities to live more independently. It will allow individuals who would otherwise go towards an overly restrictive guardianship or conservatorship be able to live more independent lives. And I know that both Senator Hoffman and Senator Abler really care about individuals with disability living as independently as possible. However, Mr. President, as many of my colleagues, am very concerned with some of the changes that were made in conference committee that we have in this report here before us today. In particular, I wanted to talk about the lack of funding, especially long-term funding, for Minnesota's nursing homes. And when I look through the spreadsheet, I can see areas where there are maybe some nice-to-haves that we could have redirected towards long-term funding for our nursing homes. And from conversations that I've had with nursing home workers and administrators in the area that I represent, they're very concerned about the future of their ability to care for Minnesota seniors. And when a nursing home closes down in a small town in the counties that I represent, it can mean that a family has to now travel 2 hours round trip to visit a loved one that needs nursing home care. I'm also very concerned, Mr. President, that we didn't stick to the Senate position on funding for non-emergency medical transportation. It was actually on Election Day last year, I got a call from a woman who was excited that she was going to get a chance to get out and vote, and she told me that her number one issue was making sure that we had adequate funding for non-emergency medical transportation. She was a woman with disabilities, and in order to get to her doctor's appointments, in order to basically function in life, she needed this service. And especially living in a rural area where there isn't access to transit services, this was what she needed to be able to have a healthy and successful life. Mr. President, many members of this body understand, but maybe some don't, that our nursing home structure in Minnesota is almost entirely determined by the rates set by this legislature. We have a policy called rate equalization, which one of only 2 states have in the country. That means that nursing homes have no opportunity to increase revenues beyond what the state tells them they can do. And that has put our nursing homes in a very tough spot this session. Well, even when we debated the Senate's original Human Services bill, there were concerns that the money in there weren't going to be adequate to meet the needs of our nursing homes. When this report came back, I think we all know that these resources will be inadequate to meet the needs that we're hearing from our constituents and in our communities. And I know that Senator Hoffman and Senator Abler, if it was up to them, they would have a better bill than what's before us today. And Mr. President, I'm just disappointed that the Democrat leadership and Governor Walz didn't give Senator Hoffman the resources he needed to be able to really address some of the needs that we heard about in our Human Services Committee this last session. And I just want to put this in context. This is about priorities for Minnesotans. Maybe later today, we'll be debating a bill on cannabis, which will draw millions of dollars from the general fund to set up a department that will have more than 100 FTEs to help manage and set up a new cannabis industry here in Minnesota. And as we look at this bill and the other budget bills that we'll be discussing in the coming days, I would just ask this body to continue to ask ourselves, what we see in these proposals, is it more important than funding our nursing homes? And my hope, Mr. President, is that there is still time to get the funding that our nursing homes need. And I know myself and many of our colleagues will continue to fight to ensure that our nursing homes aren't forgotten this session. And so, Mr. President, just want to thank again Senator Hoffman and Senator Abler for their leadership and for them pushing for the priorities that we heard about in our committee. We still have more work left to do, however.
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've listened for the last few hours about the nursing home crisis and how dire the situation has been for years. And I'd like to recognize Senator Hoffman's work right now and provide a bit of a history lesson. Until this year, Senate Republicans have been in charge since January of 2017. What have you been doing? All these problems I heard about, where were you? What significant proposals did you offer to take care of our nursing homes when you held the gavel? I understand that you had a subcommittee, and it meant twice. Is that what you tell the Lakes or the estate of Greeley, that we had a subcommittee and it met twice? I hear about you can't get Democrats to work with you. That's not true, by the way. But since 2017, you had control of this chamber, and you didn't solve this problem then. If you're going to say it's the governor's fault or House Democrats, those are just excuses. Last year, nothing got done because of refusal to work with Democrats. That could have changed this year. People want results, and this bill has that. I want to thank Senator Hoffman, who took a bunch of hits today. And I want to make sure that everyone listening knows that this is a really good bill. This Human Services bill serves people in our communities living with disabilities and those who care for them. It funds programs for those living with substance use disorders. It funds workforce incentive grants for long-term care facilities. It invests in professional caregivers. $889 million for the professionals who care for our most vulnerable. Important because not everybody goes to a nursing home, including my mom, who I am slowly losing to dementia. My dad's her primary caregiver, and this bill helps him. It takes a comprehensive approach to supporting elderly Minnesotans through direct funding to financially distressed nursing homes. And speaking of nursing homes, this bill appropriates over $100 million for nursing homes. And read the bill, $556.1 million going to elderly care. Caring for our seniors is a priority this session. We don't have to pit one group against another. We don't have to say, hey, we paid for paid family medical leave, so is that more important than our seniors? No. We can craft a budget that takes care of everybody, and the DFL has proven that today. This is a good bill. Thank you to Senator Hoffman for putting it together. I urge people to vote green.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. So before I get to what I was going to share on this bill, we have had the majority for the last few years in here, and this issue has been a strong priority of our caucus for many years. And I remember back, and I know the senator who spoke previously wasn't here at the time, but I remember Governor Walz's first budget proposal when he was a brand new governor coming in 2019. And I remember the discussion we had when his very first budget proposal came out. And he wanted what we considered to be an astronomical number at the time, a $12 billion increase in spending of the entire budget. And in his $12 billion budget increase, in his very first ever budget proposal, he was proposing cuts to nursing homes of about 40-some or 60-some million dollars. Cuts in the middle of a $12 billion spending proposal increase. Members, it is not true that we've sat around and didn't try to do anything for the last few years and are sitting here trying to make a political statement. We passed this bill off the floor when it was here before 63-4. 63 members here, and I was one of them. I said, I'm voting against most of the budget bills this year, but I thought to myself, I'm at least going to get behind the Human Services bill because with a $19 billion surplus, we're going to finally get done some of these things we've been pushing for here for years. Fund the nursing homes that need it. Fund the rate increases that need it. Help the disability activity centers that need it. There's a lot of spending going on that I strongly disagree with. But here's one area that I'm going to get behind because we've been talking about this for many years. And I was planning to vote for this bill today until I saw this result that has come back from the conference committee. And with little and no money to the nursing homes that are in here at all, I cannot vote for this bill any longer, and it saddens me to say this, because we have fought for this, and I believe the number one driver in what has been stopping us the last few years has been this administration, this governor, and certain other legislative leaders that we've kept fighting with over and over and over again. Members, it is very disappointing to hear this kind of rhetoric come back and to claim we're pitting one side against the other when we're reading the items that are in the bill, we're reading the language, we're reading the numbers on here. There's increases in some places. You're helping some elderly waivers and disability services. But one of the biggest needs in the state with our nursing homes and with the staffing that they need, we're going to come up short again. And that's why I can't support this bill. Mr. President, we had a situation in my family that helped me see this firsthand just a year or two ago when I had a grandfather at the end of his life, and my family made some big decisions along the way that we are going to do everything we could as a family to help care for our grandparents through the end of their life. They moved out to the farm. They were our neighbors. We helped get them in a house all on one level. We were there to help them with things around the house. As time went on, bring over meals and other things that was needed for them. And a year or two ago, when we're still having everything impacted by COVID, with that not helping, and when my grandfather's health took a turn for the worse and he was approaching his last days, the family was trying to help care for him, still in his home. And he declined rapidly. And it was all-encompassing to my grandmother, to both of my parents, spending all day trying to help him. There was occasionally an out-call nurse that could come to help with a few things, but very limited. And in his last 3-4 days, it got to the point where he needed a place to go, where we were calling around trying to find some nursing home, some care facility somewhere, because it had gone beyond what 3 grown adults and a number of grandchildren coming and going were able to help with. And there was no place anywhere that was open for him to go. We were reaching out to places hours away from us, could not find anything, and struggled for those last couple of days until he went home to be with the Lord. We are facing real problems, and it's due to staffing, and it's due to resources, and it's due to the rates. And the best that we can come up with is a loan program? Mr. President, I was sincerely hoping to vote for this bill. I had been planning to vote for this bill all session. I voted for it off the floor the first time. And I knew there would be changes in working with the House and working with the governor. I knew it was going to come back different, but I thought it was still going to be in a place that I'd be voting for it, and I didn't expect it to come back with this many cuts and with this drastic of a change. We're going to keep trying, members. This caucus is going to continue again to try to fight for our seniors and our elderly citizens and those that need this care in nursing homes. And we will welcome anyone, the chief author, anyone on the other side of the aisle, anyone in the other body, anyone at all in the governor's office or in the administration to help join us in this quest. And unfortunately, today, we've fallen short. Members, please vote no, and let's try again.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to call out those provisions that I think are helpful in this bill, and I want to thank Senator Hoffman for including those. There's a number, but I'm just going to mention a few. Number one, I'd like to mention the non-emergency medical transportation. At least the Senate was able to increase that a bit. The House, the governor had nothing. But certainly there's still cause for concern there. But something I've heard about for years, members, from my parents who have children with high needs. And there's this thing called parental contribution fees, or TEFRA. And I'm glad we were able to eliminate those fees in this bill today. Another issue that I've heard about from a number of my constituents who live in disability homes, do work, have life-affirming jobs, and yet they were having their medical assistance limited. And so I'm glad to see that we have removed the asset limitation on the EPD for those with medical assistance. We do not want to discourage people from working. It's critical. Meaningful work is one of the most important things in life. And so let's make sure that we don't have things in place that discourage work. And then my bill, Senate File 1902, establishing Live Well at Home grants. I'm very thankful to see this included, Senator Hoffman. And, you know, this is an innovative, forward-looking way to help people live their best lives in their homes for as long as they can. It is not only the right thing to do, empowering Minnesotans to live their best lives, but it also is the economic thing to do, delaying that costly nursing home service as long as possible. In my father's last years, the nursing home costs were over $8,000 a month. That's a very significant cost that need not be borne until necessary. Let's let people stay in their own homes as long as possible. Also, Wellness in the Woods grant, they have done remarkable things. Of course, Teen Challenge, consistently changing lives. Glad to see that more Minnesotans are going to have access to Teen Challenge. And I also want to thank Senator Hoffman for the funding for the motion analysis advancements. We know that there are innovations happening every day in helping people live with prosthetic limbs that function like their natural-born limbs. We're seeing great advancements, and I recognize Senator Hoffman's recognition of that, and I'm glad to see that as well. So while I am very glad to see these provisions, I know I've already stated my disappointment that we are not funding our nursing homes at a higher level. I do think that is not only a lost opportunity for us, but I think it is misplaced priorities. I do hope we will do better going forward. I do want to make sure the record shows, I thought I heard something in some previous comments about some concern about a majority at some point not doing what we're asking for today. And, you know, I do want to make clear that there is a special responsibility when one party does control both the House, the Senate, and the governor. We've not seen that only once in my 15 years in the legislature here. It was another time that the Democrat Party controlled the House, the Senate, and the governor. But typically, divided government might be difficult, but it works well. And it makes sure that everyone's voices are heard. I'm hopeful going forward that we can I do hope I will be supporting this bill. I hope others do as well. And I'm hopeful that going forward we can work together to make sure that those needs of the state, of all of us, go forward. Thank you.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak again just because this makes me so very sad. I feel some of the things that were said earlier by the freshman senator who was not here when we did a lot for our seniors. Before Republicans took the majority, there was never a long-term care and aging committee. We formed a long-term care and aging committee just to focus on the issues that our seniors are having. We have busloads of people come in and out of here every day advocating for themselves. There's some here today from SEIU. We have Moms Demand Action. We've got busloads of people coming every single day from across the state. But our seniors can't get here and advocate for themselves. So that's what we're here to do. And that's why we started the Long-Term Care and Aging Committee. We care about our seniors. We listen to our seniors. First thing the Democrats did when they took the majority, they got rid of the Long-Term Care and Aging Committee. Poof, gone. We don't care about you seniors. And it is very obvious from this bill they don't care about the seniors living in our nursing homes. Also, for the freshman senator who wasn't here, the governor tried to cut $64 million from our nursing homes back in 2019. I ask myself every single day, what is it about our seniors that the Democrat leadership in Governor Walz does not like about our seniors? What is it? We're asking for less than 1% of the surplus we have, $200 million, to help our nursing homes where our moms and our dads and our grandparents go to live. This bill, to me, is a tragedy that it left the Senate floor with a 63-4 vote. 29 Republicans supported it. There was $127 million in there for nursing homes, and it comes back with none of that. And oh, you can apply for a loan, but you're not going to get the loan because all of your nursing homes financially are hanging by a thread. It has been, I guess, the new practice around here when we debate these bills is the Democrats behind us don't sit on the floor, so we impose a call of the Senate. They come, push their buttons, they go back out. We ask people to yield, they don't yield. We ask people to yield, they're not here on the floor. It's extremely, extremely disappointing, especially for something this important. Our seniors, and hate to tell it to you guys, it's going to be you. We will be those seniors with no place to live. But the treatment of our seniors that they got today on the floor with nobody here to listen to the debate, our pleas, our cries for help for our seniors, because again, we're the only ones here to advocate for them. There are not busloads of seniors coming here every day. So I voted for the bill.
Mr. President, point of order.
For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, under Section 122 of Mason's, no person may indulge in personalities, impugn motives of members. Senator Housley is coming dangerously close to impugning the motives of members when she claims that we are not present to listen. I specifically recall during the public safety bill, they all disappeared as soon as they made their statements and left the floor until the final vote. So I think we ought to be very careful about crossing that line, Mr. President.
Members, I'm not going to rule on it, but I'd like for us to be thoughtful about the words that we use and how those words can be interpreted. So just be mindful, because I like to remind us that we are the Senate, and we are thoughtful, and we are respectful of each other and all members. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, I was here for the whole public safety bill, and for the record, there's only 1/3 of the Democrats on the floor right now for third reading of this very, very important budget bill. So, Mr. President, I encourage members to vote red, as this is not the bill that left the Senate floor, and it has come back a tragedy. Thank you.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am a little bit disappointed in the partisan tone of our conversation today, because I think we all know that we all know someone who is aging. We all know that we care about people who are aging. Now, unfortunately, just recently, evidence of partisan conviction that was offered up was the creation of the Long-Term Care and Aging Committee, which I was glad to serve on. Will Senator Housley yield for a question?
Senator Housley, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Putnam.
Senator Housley, I think you're a good egg. I'm not saying this to catch you on anything or to be mean in any way, but how many times did we meet in 2022, the Long-Term Care and Aging Committee?
Senator Housley, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Putnam. I don't have my calendar in front of me, but we met numerous times throughout 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. If you remember, I don't know if you were here, but we passed the assisted living licensure because the agency that was run was pretty much a disaster, and we ended up passing that bill through the Long-Term Care and Aging Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Housley, for that question. It's true I wasn't there before, but I did follow that, and I was really glad to see that work when it was done. But if the argument is that Democrats don't care about seniors because we didn't continue this committee, I can tell you I remember we met once in 2022. If that committee is evidence of our conviction and our care, that's concerning. But I don't think it is, because I'm not going to suggest that people in this room don't actually care about seniors. We have different approaches to solving this problem. But it is unfair and unhelpful to assume that either one party or the other's conviction is more profound, their dedication more sincere. We should instead simply be focused on solving the problems the best we can. That is our job, not casting blame, but solving problems. And so for that reason, for Senator Hoffman's comprehensive approach to this concern, understanding it as a system with interlocking parts, I'll be proud to support this bill.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had anticipated a little more discussion during motion to adopt. Would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hoffman, there's a loan program in this bill. I was wondering if you could just explain it very quickly.
Senator Hoffman, the loan program again.
Thank you, Mr. President. Absolutely. Let me get to my notes. Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman.
We're talking about the financially distressed nursing home loans program that we put in to protect nursing homes that are facing cash flow issues and feeling the strain of that post-COVID workforce challenge. Here's what they're going to do. The loans would be interest-free, and the facilities could determine a repayment plan of up to 6 years. And the facilities will have the flexibility on the payment plan to fit their respective needs. The one thing that hits that is the program is authorized as of July 1st. It's a brand new program, and what we put into there it's a 0% interest, not to start that payment until 18 months, Mr. President. And if you'd like, I can give you examples of how that $100 million loan funds could be used that currently aren't available, because traditional loans and moratorium exemption processes are both really difficult to get in the long-term care industry. So hope that answers your question, Senator.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hoffman, we've talked about this program. Can you tell me how much is allocated to the loan program?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield?
I'll yield, yes.
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
So it's $100 million that's allocated, and there is a provision that we might have to have a third party actually establish that, and then we think that's maybe up to 10%. So it's about $93 million of that $100 million.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would Senator Hoffman yield for an additional question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill describes the program as the financially distressed nursing home facilities loans, which you just said, to provide capital. How often will these applications be accepted?
Senator Hoffman.
Let me find it in my piece. It's actually ongoing, Mr. President. when you really take a look at that, it's continuous and ongoing. You can actually utilize it as like a line of credit.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I recall the language, it says the commissioner must offer the loan window annually, and at their discretion, if they feel like it, they could offer it a second time. And the timeline for that window is up to the discretion of the commissioner, not the needs of the facilities that need the funding. Is that a fair and accurate description of the bill, Senator Hoffman?
Senator Hoffman to the question.
Well, it's partially an accurate statement. When you talk about the discretion of the commissioner, what maybe the good senator from Prior Lake would like to understand is anytime you put something that is non-permissive, there's permissive language utilized in this because of some of the authorization that's occurring regarding how that money is looked at, whether it be looked at as a grant program, if there's non-permissive language in there. This gives permissive language in there, which if you look at the section of it, and I'll pull that up for a later discussion, but you want to be able to have the commissioner have that set of permissive ability.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, if I read subdivision 1 of section 12, the commissioner shall initiate an application process for the loan described in this section at least once annually, and a second application process may be initiated each year at the discretion of the commissioner. A second. So we can have up to 2 application windows per statute. Senator Hoffman, I'm kind of curious on, you've worked in financial services in the past. This funding is available until June 30, 2029. And I'm wondering if you could outline how the loans would work. Let's just presume rather than an ongoing line of credit, a facility were to take out a $100,000 loan. What would be if I understand the discussion from earlier, this will go into effect, the appropriation will be made on July 1st. We will have our first loans, I think I heard earlier, approximately 6 months after the program is stood up. So that would be roughly January 2nd of 2024. Let's presume that there's a 60-day window to accept applications. That would be March 2nd of 2024. Let's say another 60 days to do the competitive approval process and disperse the funds. That means the first time a facility will be able to take advantage of the working capital would be May 1st of 2024. Would that sound about like the right timeline?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield for a question?
Sure, Mr. President. And actually, you must have been in the room with us, good senator from Prior Lake, because that was the conversation that was going on. Is how do you actually get it out there faster? And right now, the CANF funds that are available are available. That's the July 1st one. They are available July 1st, and that money is in here. And remember, this is the first time it's actually funded. I'm not going to make a point, but the fact is this program that was not funded in the past is now funded this time. But in this case that the good senator from Prior Lake is bringing up, because this is a brand new system, never thought of, never brought forth, never imagined, right, in order to help fill that gap, that 18-month. I just look at this VBR system, that 18-month. I keep doing this like I'm pulling out a drum chart, right? It's 18 months of this, and if you can get over that hump, and that 6 months what we're hoping to do, because we put again, and if you look at that in section 12 of that, the good senator from Prior Lake, that you might, the thing about the loan administration is the commissioner may contract with an independent third party to administer the loan program under the section. They have to establish and set this up, right? And what we've asked them to do and what they've said, it's going to take 6 months, right? The department, we know, anticipates having the initial funds out the door within 6 months or by January 1 of 2024, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I thought I had heard it before, it would take at least 6 months to set up the loan program. Add to that the amount of money that it would take to find a third-party administrator. So, Senator Hoffman, let's just assume that the money goes out on May 1st, 300 days after it's been allocated. If I recall the language, there's an 18-month deferral for the first payment. Would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So there's an 18-month deferral on the first payment, and then it said the loan is a 72-month program. Is that 72 months inclusive of the 18 months, or is that in addition to the 18-month deferral?
Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, I believe the sentence he's referring to, it says the repayment term must not exceed 72 months. So the repayment term itself must not exceed the 2 months. And with that, because of what it is, because we give the 18 months, repayment terms, right, doesn't start till 18 months. So that just adds a 72 on the 18. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Hoffman, if somebody gets a loan on May 1st, 18 months would mean their first payment is due October 31st of 2025.
Members, can we remember to speak through the president and not directly to another member? Senator
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hoffman, will you yield?
So thank you, Mr. President. And I'll ask Senator Hoffman to yield, but I'm not ready for a question yet. So, Mr. President, I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
So, Mr. President, presuming we get a loan out 300 days after we've allocated the money, the first payment would be due on October 31st of 2025. According to Senator Hoffman, we add an additional 6 years on top of that. The loan would need to have been repaid by October 30th of 2031. Would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hoffman, the entire program only lasts until June 30th of 2029. Will our nursing homes expect to see a balloon payment when they should have an additional 2+ years left for repayment?
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
To that question, Mr. President, that depends. I mean, it really depends, because the whole purpose about this is to get the value-based reimbursement system caught up and get the inflation rate down. It also gives us the ability, we really need to look, in which we have within our committee, a charge to really look at the value-based reimbursement system, right? To look at, why aren't we talking about equalization in the state of Minnesota? Oh no, watch out, the pies are gonna come flying, Mr. President, because equalization is just kind of never been on the table. In this case, I think it's time to bring it back on the table. And so the other thing that you look at is 2029 is the last date that the money can go out. That's it, not the date that it needs to be repaid, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So would Senator Hoffman yield for another question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Hoffman, if I understand, even though the program ends on 2029, nursing home facilities can continue to make payments until 2031.
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
Mr. President, I believe that is an accurate assumption on behalf of the senator from Prior Lake.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. According to the language in the bill, approval is based on a competitive approval is based on a competitive basis. I did not see that criteria defined. Can you outline what that competitive basis criteria would be?
Senator Hoffman.
So, Mr. President, I do want to go back and say, just to clarify that I didn't get a chance to clarify to the good senator from Prior Lake that no balloon payments, right? The department, they have to adjust. There's no balloon payment, and they have the adjustment to adjust the terms as well. Actually, there's a section in there about disbursement schedule and about, there's some discussion on settlement. Not that we would dip into the Fair Debt Collections and Practices Act, Section 805, good senator from Prior Lake, but if you do want to have a conversation about that, I'd be more than happy to do so. But in this case, there's a payment on that is the competitive piece means it's based on the level of financial distress and the criticality of it, right? So it's the whole piece that we put in place, the financial distress, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the good senator from Champlin. I appreciate his time. Mr. President, this loan program has a number of flaws. And it came to us without ever having a hearing in the Senate, without ever having been discussed. And as you know, Mr. President, I am always tuned in to new loan programs. Mr. President, the loan program sets up an application process that when it's convenient for the commissioner, not when it's convenient and the need of the facilities are there. As a good senator from Champlin said, this is for distressed facilities. And the application must show the total net income of the nursing home facility is not generating sufficient revenue to cover the nursing home's operating expenses. The nursing home facility is at risk of closure, and additional operating revenue is necessary to either preserve access to the nursing home. Effectively, when the commissioner is doing this, because every one of these nursing homes will be in financial distress, he will decide if the place that's caring for your parents or your grandparents will continue to provide care or close their doors. And because we're giving loans to facilities that are distressed, it's going to be extremely difficult. We've already shown they don't have the cash flow to make these loans. What they need, Mr. President, are the $150 million in loans that left this, plus the $200 million or the $150 million in grants that left this body, plus the $200 million that Senate Republicans have been fighting for. Mr. President, I'm disappointed in the support for our nursing homes, our home and community-based services, and the men and women who work in our county corrections. This bill and the suite of bills that have passed are putting additional stress on these facilities. I talked about them. I talked about the facility where I'm an unpaid director. These are all unfunded mandates. As we just discussed, there's this new loan program to meet the cash flow needs of providers. It's one-time money. It adds to the debt load of these facilities. And Mr. President, I'm going to read you just a snippet out of the bill. The commissioner may, at the commissioner's discretion, withhold future contractual payments from any money the commissioner owes to a provider for contracted payments, meaning that if your nursing home, if your home-based, if your home and community-based services provider is still having cash flow problems, the commissioner is going to withhold the loan payment. Not to pay the employees that are giving the care to the people that need them. They're going to withhold the loan payment because the loan has to be paid off. Mr. President, that's one of the problems of this loan not being forgivable, and one of the shortfalls on why a loan program like this being inserted into a bill without the proper review is so dangerous. It's like throwing an anchor to a drowning person when they need a life vest. It may promise to delay the closure of some of these care facilities, but Mr. President, my concern is ultimately it could exacerbate the closure of homes that are so important to our elderly, our vulnerable, and the people of our communities. Mr. President, I'm concerned about the 48-hour rule changes that are in here. I have a letter here from a number of associations, and they state the original purpose of the 48-hour rule was to recognize the dual reality that secure placement is needed for some severely mentally ill individuals and that local jail facilities are not appropriate placement for them. The proposed language in this bill changes the 48-hour rule from its goal of protecting the vulnerable person in need to protecting DHS. Sheriff's offices have far too many examples of inmates that harm themselves, harm others, destroy property. Mr. President, I'm disappointed to see that the House language was added to this bill. And Mr. President, one of the things I've heard from these stakeholders is that they didn't get a chance to address these concerns in committee. And Mr. President, I'm going to agree with the good senator from St. Cloud. I'm disappointed that this discussion has gotten highly partisan. Because, as Senator Housley said, we worked hard to try to help our nursing homes, our home and community-based services over the years. And like my dad always used to say, when you point a finger at somebody, remember, they're three pointing back at you. I wonder if that's not what the good senator is thinking. Like many of my colleagues, I voted for this bill when it left this body. The bill had strong bipartisan support, as you heard. Mr. President, we should be voting against passage of this bill today. With a $19 billion surplus and a $5 billion structural surplus. Mr. President, that means it's forecast we're going to add $5 billion onto our surplus every biennium. And our surplus would be expected to grow. I think Minnesotans expected this legislature to support our seniors and our vulnerable elderly Minnesotans with the dignity and respect that they deserve. And I think they expected us to treat the mentally ill with the humanity that they deserve. Mr. President, I ask for a no vote.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to start off by thanking our chair, Senator Hoffman, for putting together this bill and the hard work he put in this session, as well as our ranking member, Senator Abler, as well as the committee administrator, Kevin Parker, who put a lot of time, a lot of hours, and a lot of weekends to make this possible. So I want to thank the three of them. My focus this year and the last few years has been to bring forth culturally supportive, community-centered providers and networks, their abilities to improve a system that can sometimes be very confusing and chaotic. I'm grateful that we were able to address some of the priorities, but we still have a long ways to go to make sure that we have a system that's resilient for all Minnesotans. I would be remiss to mention a story of Dennis, who was a veteran, a firefighter, and a quadriplegic, who spent 24/7 in a wheelchair, had to sleep in a wheelchair, and prematurely died because of it. His story reminds us of the life-affirming work that the PCA program gives to our state's most vulnerable residents. The bill before us strives to ensure that the tragic story of Dennis never happens again to another Minnesotan. I look forward to continue working with DHS, MDH, the counties, and all of our colleagues here to do so. And I urge a green vote from all of our members. Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just very, very happy to see that this bill funds and ratifies the recent SEIU contract for self-directed home care workers. Home care workers have described the contract as life-changing. The contract agreement includes a minimum wage increase from the current $15.25 to $20 over 2 years, a $1,000 retention bonus for those who have worked at least 6 months, a wage scale for experienced workers. Caregivers who invest in this work will finally see stepped increases up to $22.50 per hour, and the chance to create an orientation program with DHS which will give caregivers the support and information they need to do their work and provide safe and meaningful care to clients. Members, these standards did not happen overnight or by accident. When we first created labor standards during the New Deal, domestic workers were excluded from the minimum wage and the right to form a union because they were predominantly women and people of color. Their work was considered less than real work. That's why so many of these jobs have had such low wages for so long. We're still trying to undo the damage caused by that deliberate racial and gender discrimination. In 2013, self-directed home care workers won the right to form a union in Minnesota. Before their first contract, some PCAs were only making the federal minimum wage of $7.25. Almost none had paid time off or any benefits. Their first union contract in 2015 raised the minimum wage to $10.75. Compared to then, this contract nearly doubles the minimum wage. Plus, it includes sick time that meets the standard we plan that we pass statewide, other paid holidays, and incentives for training. This is the power of organizing. Today is a tremendous victory for these workers who refused to accept a system that treated them as invisible. Thank you very much, Senator Hoffman, for including this in your amazing bill.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and we're on the home stretch here, and I appreciate the discussion. And I have a few comments, but first I want to just update people about the 48-hour rule. You know, you don't have to agree with everything about any party or anything to occasionally appreciate a really good dynamic that occurred. It's true, the letter that's on your desk is accurate as of whenever it was written. And I actually agree with that letter. I think we should keep it, the 48-hour rule, at 48 hours from commitment. In the Senate position, which 63 people voted for, that was our position. The governor and the House had a position saying that the 48-hour rule starts from whenever they feel like having it start, if they can find a place based upon a triage. And I was concerned about that personally because it interrupted or interdicted perhaps some lawsuits that are in place, including a writ of mandamus that was being anticipated to the departments, like just do the job you're supposed to do. Anyway, so in negotiations, the good senator from Champlin decided to accept that position, for which I was not that pleased with him, which provoked quite a discussion. In the whole course of that, Attorney General, County Attorney Choi came with Scott County, Brad Johnson from Anoka County, and we began to talk about the whole thing, given the dissonance that we had even between ourselves, and I was trying to count up to 2 votes to get rid of that. Anyway, but the the summary was actually a very beautiful thing, and so it created, Mr. President, a dialogue in public, and we resolved this thing actually better than either original position of the Senate or of the House and the governor. And so the agreement is that in here is laid out a task force that's going to start almost immediately, chaired. Do you realize that the county attorneys had not met the commissioner, and Senator Hoffman arranged a meeting with the Attorney General of Minnesota, Mr. Ellison, and Jody Harpstead, and some county attorneys, and they actually chatted in a good forum, and we set up a task force that they're going to staff pretty quick, including county attorneys, social, whatever people need to be involved in. One former Senator Bigham is excited to serve on there as well. So they're going to come back with a report in January about what to do with this. And so then we all reasonably accepted as an interim step the governor's temporary now proposal. And it's going to be, I think, a very good process. At the end, everybody felt much more comfortable with a process that is actually going to result in a fix. And so that's just something to point out. So, Mr. President, to my final comments on that, well, I just have a comment as well. The Senate fought long and hard, Mr. President, in 2019 against the governor's proposal to cut nursing home funding by $68 million, which actually would have been $136 million when you add in the doubling of it. And the House accepted it. And it was like free money, and they don't need it, and there's all this money coming, and we said, no, impossible. And we stood and stood and stood against that to the very end. It was not taken off the table till the very end. And if you recall, why didn't we get something done last year? Why indeed, Mr. President? And before that, we never had a budget surplus this big, ever, not ever. Last year we found there was $12 billion, and the deal was to spend $4, keep $4, and cut $4 billion, and some kind of taxes and rent credits, et cetera. And even in those negotiations to the very end, when the Senate brought out a bill for $1 billion, including nursing home funding that was actually in Senator Hoffman's original Senate File 7 that he carried forward, which would have gotten rid of all this discussion entirely, the House and the governor refused to do more than half of that. And we were trying to get it done. And that was a bipartisan thing too, Mr. President. So the Senate has actually led this effort in a bipartisan basis, pushing on the House and the governor, which I don't know why he continues to lag on this. So, Mr. President, this bill, I wish it had better nursing home stuff. There's a lot of good things for it, and members need to consider how they vote if they, on the balance, which it is. And so with that, I urge members to check their conscience. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman, for the last words before we vote.
Mr. President, I just want to say to you that everything has been said that needs to be said on this. This bill changes people's lives. It creates the autonomy and independence for people with disabilities, encourages choice of care services, and really honors the diversity of those care needs. And so 30 years ago, 75% of seniors were receiving services and people with disabilities in congregate settings. Now, 80% of those folks receive those services in their homes. This takes a comprehensive approach. And with that, members, I would hope that you vote a wonderful green for this. It's a great bill.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File 2934. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. Senator Bowden for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 32 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion to recess to the call of the President. DFL members, we will caucus upstairs immediately after recess for approximately 1 hour.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans will caucus in room 323.
On that motion, any discussions? Seeing no additional discussion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now in recess until the call of the President.